I just got this pin, you guys, which is a Coeco Sport. Right? Look, it's short, right? But you can post it. It's a really cool pin. I just drew with it last night for the first time. It's a cool pin. And it was only 32 bucks with the piston converter. Okay? So a piston converter, if you guys don't know, this is a cartridge. I don't like cartridges, okay? Because then I'm stuck with their kind of ink. So a piston converter fits in there just like that, and it's got a little piston. You can either twist it or you pull it. You put it in the ink and you suck the ink up. And that way you can use, I like to use sepia ink. I'm using this up just because that's what it came with. This is blue ink, which I really don't like a whole lot. But and then I have a sepia ink that I usually use. So as soon as this runs out, I'll pop the piston converter in it, and then I'll pop sepia ink in it, right? If you haven't drawn with one of these things, like this is the thing that bothers me about this not being in the classroom. Usually I go, hey, everybody try it. Just try it. So I don't want you to go out and spend a lot of money on a pin or whatever. But if you know somebody with one, at least try it, because it's got a very, flexible nib, like a dip pin almost. And then I like fountain pen ink because it's water soluble. So then I can get a lot of tone with it. Does that make sense? So if I have this and a water brush, I can go out all day long and do sort of renderings and things like that and add a lot of tone, and it cuts down how much line mileage I got to do. Does that make sense? And this watercolor, or the ink in this pen, it might be the paper I was using. I think it's the paper I was using. It really, it dissolves really nice. Hang on. Let me see if I can find this real quick. So it dissolves out like that, so you can get some tone. Does that make sense? And if it doesn't, tell me. I'll show you guys how to do it. Yeah? Fountain pens are cool. But anyway, you can dissolve the line all you want and get all this tone just with a water brush, because the fountain pen ink can't be waterproof, because waterproof ink has shellac in it. So once it dries in your nib, it'll just clog your nib. There's one brand called Noodlers. I've never tried Noodlers. It's supposed to be waterproof. I don't know how they did it, but they did it somehow. I like it to be water soluble. Okay, which one are you leaning towards?
The one on the roof, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so. Here's the thing. I'm going to talk about this a little bit today. And I was talking about it in my illustration class, right? So some of these techniques will overlap a little bit. If I were you, man, what kind of paper is that drawing on?
Tracing paper. There's like 5 or 6 layers of tracing paper on that.
Okay, so here's what I would probably do, and I'm going to show you today. I want you to try this. What I love about this is the sort of like really simple but super loose sort of values that you threw into it, right? And I want to show you this today. How to transfer this and keep all that stuff in it. Does that make sense? I've never showed you that, right? Okay, so what I'm going to show you today a little bit. Okay, so what I'm always doing is I'm going, okay, I'm not saying that next week I'm expecting this transferred onto watercolor paper, but what I am saying is I like to give you a heads up and go, here's how we're going to do it, okay? Or a way we can do it. Because there's basically 2 ways you could do this. You could light table this, or you can do the other way I'm going to show you, right? And the way I like with the way I show you the transfer thing is I like it because like all this looseness and all this value and everything you get in there, it will capture all that. Because to me, one of the biggest problems, especially when you're drawing like that, you go, okay, now I'm going to transfer. And you can do it on a light table. There's also kind of ways to do it on there where you can kind of capture it still. But when I get a drawing like that and I go, man, I really like this. If I'm going to have to try, and then I got to try and recapture it, which is never going to happen. Okay, so you have to get that out of your head right away. So if you're going to do something where you go, I'm going to, this is your preliminary or whatever, and then you go, God, I really like that, and you're going to transfer it in a different kind of way, then you got to kind of go, I can't chase this exactly because I'll never hit it again. I just got to kind of this is my guide, and I'll just kind of go for it, you know. But don't get into that trap of chasing a color comp or chasing a rough or whatever, because obviously it's a, in a weird way, it's a performance that happened right then, and that's, you're not going to do it again. Okay. But the way I'm talking about it, when I capture something, I can transfer it exactly like it is. I don't have to worry about trying to recapture it because it does capture it. Okay. Make sense? And then what I'm always doing is I'm obscuring the drawing in a lot of different ways. So I'm always the way I work, I'm always trying to keep the drawing fresh all the time. Okay, so sometimes I'm doing that by obscuring the drawing a little bit. I flip it. I do a lot of different things where I'm reattacking it sort of fresh, right? And then I push it towards finish. Okay, and then hopefully I get something like this where I go, okay, now we're doing this. Yeah, my other class is doing ink or whatever. But by the way, you guys got the stuff I put up, right? Okay, so I put up, I think, the inking one, but I told you where the color part came in, right? Okay, the color part is totally relevant. Okay, inking, you know, that's a different thing. But what else was I gonna say? Oh, and then I also put up the washes thing, right? Okay, does everyone understand why I did that, right? Those are mostly your basic washes, okay? And what we're gonna start talking about is like, okay, well, now the next thing is like, well, when do I use what to do what? And I always say whatever medium you're working in, you want the medium to do as much of the work as possible, okay? So every medium we work in, then we're gonna talk about what that thing is good at. And then that's where mixed media comes in later, because you go, oh, I can quickly mount this down with acrylic, then I can quickly, in my case, sometimes I'll hit watercolor with it because it doesn't dry on it, but then I want it to dry at some, or I want it to stick at some point, so then I have a methodology for that. Then I go, okay, now I'm going to seal it with this material so I get this sort of surface, and now I'm going to start hitting it with acrylics, and now, because I like what acrylics do for this part of it, and now I'm going to hit it with oil, okay? And now I'm going to hit it with this, and now I'm going to hit, and I have all these techniques to make those things all work together, okay? So then what you're doing with those kind of recipes, those kind of mixed media things, is you're really using each medium for what it's good for. Does that make sense? Okay, hang on. Man, that's great. I would clarify this a little back here, this one.
That's what I was going to ask about. How would you do the background buildings? I'm still not clear on.
I think I would do them. I think I would do them just silhouette-y like that. And what I'm going to suggest is the technique I use for this type of children's book thing. I use a Derwent drawing pencil. I use terracotta, right? And I like them like this. See that taper on that? I like them like that, Susie. Okay. The only thing I know gets them like that is this. Okay. Somebody read my mind and put out this pencil sharpener of my dreams. Okay. And you can get it on Amazon. It's $30. But they actually designed it. Look at the taper on that thing. That's how I like my pencil when I'm doing this kind of stuff. Okay. Now, the reason I suggest, and you don't have to do it in brown, you could do it with this, is because I think, okay, number one, you could do it with this actually, but I think I want you to try it or at least play with it. And then you can transfer it and you get that nice brownish thing. Then I usually go in and I reinforce the drawing some more after I transfer it. And then the thing is that I was just talking again about, because I have a few classes overlapping on sort of things. The brownish pencil sort of marries to the color a little better. Does that make sense? So ideally what I want when I'm doing this kind of thing is I don't want it to feel like a bunch of outlines that I filled in with color. I want the line to sort of intertwine with the color and marry the color, and neither one is completely carrying the whole load. It's, you know, they're both sort of married, right? This will sort of disappear a little bit, right? You know, a red ochre will disappear a little bit. You know, sort of a neutral, natural color will disappear a little bit. It'll marry. It doesn't disappear. It just marries, right? And then, you know, I'll show you some stuff on the back end of it, you know, with ink and things like that to punch and all that stuff. And maybe even a little pencil or maybe even a little gouache or something like that. But so it's nighttime, right? Now here's the other thing I would start thinking about. Now the reason I'd like you to do, like, even though I feel like this could be this is a final pass more or less, almost. I mean, it's almost there. Is I'll show you why. Because when you do your final drawing, you can do it backwards. And doing that does two things. It sets me up to transfer, and and then I'm working, and I do this anyway, like I take the trace and I flip it backwards, and I start working over the drawing backwards, because, you know, that reveals like what's wrong with it. So then I'll go, oh, it's, you know, this arm's actually weird. I need to fix that. And, you know, but anyway, I want to end up with that backwards one as my final drawing, because then when I flip it and transfer it, it's correct. And also, as I flip it back and forth, it means I'm going to get a nice balanced drawing, because I'm looking at it both ways and I'm working on it both ways. I do the same thing in Photoshop. You know, flip it, I work it this way for a while, flip it, work it this way for a while, and just keep flipping it back and forth, right? And I'm also flipping it, just looking at it and going, is it staying balanced or something off the center of gravity or something like that, right? Does that make sense? But like, that's the exact kind of drawing I want. You know what I mean? But so you're asking about, I think these silhouettes back here are fine. The only thing I'd say is this building is repeating this one exactly. So I might go, like, and I don't know what it is. Maybe this one just gets a little, another little element or something. This one I would just sort of get into the same perspective a little bit. And then, you know, maybe this one, that's another little element to it or something, just to make it sort of a different building, but just keep it a simple silhouette, because this is your, I mean, obviously this whole front unit is your star, right? And then let's check something. So this is sort of a tower coming off of it, or is that a tower behind it?
That whole building was supposed to be some sort of cathedral.
Oh, it's a cathedral, okay.
Yeah.
Then maybe I wouldn't do it over here, and I do it over here, right? Hang on. And also, if that's going to be a cathedral, like a cathedral implies to me that it's a little more fancy, but I don't think that matters. Oops. You know, I just look at some, you know, whatever kind of charming thing you're looking for. And maybe here, maybe I'd put one of those little rosette windows, and only so just back there I could have a little bit of faint light coming through that. Not bright. You know what a cathedral or a rosette or whatever window is, right? Maybe I'd put that. And they have, you know, they have these spire things. You know, then maybe I put a flying buttress on it instead. You know, like they have on Notre Dame, right? Then I think they have some stuff up here, you know, and it's still going to be a silhouette because you don't want it to, and then I might light this window. I might light a window like here, a couple of these, but real subtle, like all that stuff back there, I would start thinking of being, and this is just my opinion, okay? I'm not trying to hijack your ideas. That these just stay sort of this, and I mean silhouette the way you have them right here. Like that's what I like to capture. Like I would transfer them just like this on my final. You know what I mean? Just loose like this. And then what's going to happen is that'll turn into a sort of a grisaille. Okay. Where you're going to start washing color over it and it's going to assume all that value underneath it. Does that make sense? It's a bitchin' technique. I love this technique. Okay. Because you very quickly get something that's starting to be color and it's sort of exciting really fast. Okay. Because normally to me, when I'm building a painting, there's always that period where I'm like, this thing looks like crap. You know what I mean? It's just normal. But when I use a grisaille technique, I sort of jump into what feels like a little more finish very quickly. Okay. Then all of it sort of gets buried and stuff like that. But it's a really good way in. It's like an icebreaker in. Does that make sense? Plus I'm keeping all this beautiful loose drawing and all this kind of stuff, which is, for me, that's what I want to keep. You know what I mean? I don't want to sit around and do this real tight thing. You know, some people want to do that and that's cool, but I don't want to do that. Okay. Okay. But you can see adding a bigger shape here, how it helps it. Yeah. Put a weather vane on it, maybe. No, they don't have weather vanes. You know, and then maybe I have to hit that a little. Man, you gotta kill this one, man. Yeah. It's gonna be cool. And then it's gonna vignette off down here.
That was the other question I had. I'm not sure how to do the bottom part.
Are they sitting on their own? Are they sitting on their own roof?
The roof.
Say that
Yes.
again? I'm sorry. Finish what you were saying.
I'm not sure if I should complete the base of the roof, and then kind of show the front of the building a little bit, or just kind of leave it how it is.
I kind of like it how it is. What do you guys think?
Honestly, I was thinking the same thing too. I like the way it is.
Yeah, it's not about that. It's about this relationship. Hang on. Oh, I know what it is.
Because something to keep in mind, you kind of have to ask, like, what would showing the rest of the house add? And I don't think it would really add much, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I agree with that. Now, if I was gonna, you know, and then again, like what I usually do is now I throw a piece of trace over it and I go, okay, what if I do add this? Now, one of the ways, if there was some underlying idea here, what's their story? Do you know?
Just that the little boy found the dog somewhere and now they're best friends. Other than that, I don't know.
What's his home life like?
Not very good.
Okay.
That's why they're out on the roof.
Why is it not good?
I'm not sure. I think the little boy kind of has to fend for himself a little bit.
So he's sort of, what year is this?
I hadn't thought about that. Maybe I'm not sure.
It matters.
Okay.
Just for your own design process, I think it matters. Okay.
Okay.
Because I go, there's a bunch of ways, like in the context of a storybook, you'd have to be careful too, because your gutter would be right there, but I'm not going to worry about that right now, because I really like this.
Mhm.
I mean, I really like this, but how much of the story in this shot am I telling? Okay. So there's things in the windows that could tell the viewer something about his situation.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like I
Mhm.
could, if I extended this even a little bit, well, I don't have to extend it. You know, I could have, and especially if I'm starting to think about story and things like that, this might be helpful for me. I'll just let myself, you know, my mind wander. You know, is there some tyrannical parent, or he lives with his grandfather who doesn't like him a whole lot, doesn't really like this job of taking care of this kid.
Mm.
So now I don't have quite enough room. So let's pull this down a little bit. I'd probably hunch him up a little bit. I'd pull him in this way a little bit, probably. You know, and I could maybe put him in there, sort of, they're on the roof and he's there looking for him. Like, where are they at, you know?
Mhm.
And he's not a nice looking guy or whatever. And I just do little quick things like this. I don't spend a lot of time yet on the drawing. There's time for that if I like it. I don't want to spend too much time on it, just finding out if I like it.
Mhm.
You know, so now if he had a happy home, then I might have mom back here with the bun in her hair. Cooking dinner on the stove. And maybe like dropping a spice in there, just like a real nice little gesture. Like maybe her hand would be up here and you'd see the spices falling in, right? So these are two different ways I could handle the window to tell a secondary part of that story, correct?
Mhm.
And there's a million other ways, right? You know, if it was part of the story, maybe I would show the interior of a room and there's a big hoard pile in there because, you know, maybe the kids love, maybe these two, the part of their adventures is they gather all this stuff and they make amazing things together. Then maybe I might, you know, they're up on the roof like checking some new thing they did. I wouldn't change the pose of them at all, but just the point that there's a bunch of ways I can use different elements in this thing to keep telling different parts of the story, right?
Okay.
Now I feel like this, so then you go, okay, well, now I'm starting to tell that, so maybe there's just a lamp right here and a curtain, so I don't need to tell a story everywhere. You know, I would argue that all that detracts from it. It doesn't need it. So I just tested it out. I go, it's saying too many things. And then to me, if I see, I'm a sucker for this stuff. Okay. If I see some charming interaction, especially a dog and a kid or whatever, I'm in. You know what I mean? I'm in.
Yeah.
And also, that's when I start looking at it and going, that says so much on its own. You know what I mean? Especially if I have the context of the whole story. I mean, every kid's done some version of this. You know what I mean? Maybe it's not on the
Mhm.
roof, but every kid's had magical moments with their dog or cat or whatever, right? They're your buddy. They go along with you for the ride for everything when you're a kid. You know, hey, I'm doing this incredibly stupid thing. Your dog's like, right on, I'm there. You know what I mean? Okay, but I don't think it needs any more. Okay. And then what I would think about, okay, so then just from a design perspective, the only thing I'd probably punch a little bit is like, I'd probably just emphasize that crack right there a little more. Does that make sense? Yeah?
Yes.
Just to separate those boards. And I always just go a little heavier on the top and then just let it fade out. Because what's it doing is coming from the dark into the light a little bit, right? That's how I look at it, but it gives it a little bit of dimension. And I don't think it needs the edge of this roof. I don't think it needs that.
Okay.
So when you get to, and you could start color comping this right off of this. Okay.
Okay.
I'll probably start talking. Maybe I'll have to talk to it a little bit today. Yeah, and I think I would try and, like, for all this background stuff, and I'll talk about this. Okay, so one of the reasons I showed you all those washes is like this whole background unit, because this is all a unit. I would probably, what I'll do a lot, I don't know if you watched that one on the bear. Did you?
I watched part of it. I don't think I watched the whole
First
thing.
thing I do with the color in that case is I wet the whole area I was going to put color into. I took a brush and I just wet everywhere I was going to brush into. Why? Because I want all the colors to intermingle. Right? So back here where you have your buildings, you could probably mix a nice little blue purplish wash and just sort of modulate it all over the whole thing, right? And just sort of let it shift a little bit. Because one thing that's really nice is to keep these things real simple, but there's little color shifts and things going on. You know what I mean? That way, again, you're getting away from like just flat color. Because this is starting to become, if you paint this right, it's going to be killer. Okay? And also, and this is just me, when I looked in portfolios and things like that, it's very common now. This probably always has been, but I think it's more so now, where I think it's young artists and designers and things like that tend to want to be really dark all the time, okay? So everything you see is like somebody with a gun and somebody with, you know, some sort of futuristic riot gear, military thing, you know, with a gun, or some kind of monster, you know, that's got weapons and all, you know, that kind of stuff, you know what I mean? Or, I don't know, just monsters and stuff, whatever. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying that. But when you're looking at it all the time, it starts to read as like, when you're looking at that all the time and you see it all the time, it starts to read as like very childish. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
To my brain, I just look at it and I go, I'm looking for a sophisticated thinker, and just doesn't look sophisticated to me. It looks like stuff that everybody drew when we were in like 7th grade. You know what I mean? And there's a place for it. I'm not saying that. There's a huge place for it, okay? But my problem with it, it's like, okay, what you're telling me with this portfolio is you're into that. Like if I give you something else, if I give you this story, yeah, I don't know if you're gonna, because I've done that with people, and I go, hey man, whatever it was, Barbie or something, you know, and I go, hey, we're doing this Barbie thing. And I get this guy, he'd roll his eyes, oh my God. And I'm like, what the hell's the matter with you, man? Are you a designer or not? You don't want to work on an internationally beloved brand? Good, I'll give it to him. And by the way, I fired him. But that doesn't make any sense to me, okay? I feel like as a designer, you should be able to be, you know, look at a lot of different stories and different things and have fun with it. So anyway, when you're looking at a steady stream of that stuff, and I'm not a big fan of like that kind of typical entertainment art stuff, okay, that type of thing. This is a relief from all that when you get it in somebody's portfolio. Does that make sense? It's a little blast of warmth, which is what I'm looking for. I like warmth, okay? I like warm stories. I like warm images. It's corny, but I like being home when it's snowing outside and I get a big pot of beans on and, you know, or chicken stew or something. You know, that's what I like, okay? So I like charming. This is charming, okay? And it's not cute, it's charming, okay? Cute's a different thing. I mean, yes, it is cute, but in this case, that's a good thing. Okay, so another thing, when you're doing something like the moon, I have one here. Let me see if I can find this real quick. You got it? Okay. Now, sometimes I do this. I'm going to get more and more into this. I'm jumping around a little bit. But like I might do that moon with a really light blue color erase, maybe even a non-photo blue. I mean, we can barely see it. And the reason I'm doing that is because I don't want a line around it, unless you do want a line around it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to butt the dark of the moon or the dark of the sky up against it, right? And so, you know, it's just a negative out of the blue wash. Does that make sense? And then also, and I forgot to get some. I might have some here. I'll have to check. You know what liquid frisket is? Okay, I'm going to show you, but I know I bought some. Let me check and see if I can find. When I was in Frisco, somebody stole my watercolor bag, and I think it was in that. But what frisket is, basically, it's just like rubber cement, sort of, right? So you can put it on a brush, and you just, before you put the sky color in or whatever, or you could even do this with the windows if you want to try it.
Is that the wax that you peel off after you paint?
It's not wax.
Over
It's
it?
usually like a rubbery kind of thing. It's like latex. Okay. But if
I
I take
know what that is. Then.
anything I take with a brush, like I could put little pinpoints in the sky, and I could paint these little windows in the background, so it'll save those whites. And all I got to do, they used to have a thing. I still have one of those somewhere too. It was called a rubber cement pickup. It was like a little rough piece of. It felt like a real rough eraser. And you just lift it out with that. You can lift it out with like a pink pearl or whatever. It doesn't matter. And it'll save your whites. Okay, now here's the downside of that. It saves them with a super hard edge. So you always have to be aware of that, okay? If you want to get a soft edge on that thing, forget it. Like if I save that moon with a frisket, liquid frisket, it's going to be a super hard edge moon, right? Which I don't want, so I'm not going to do that. What I might do with that is, and here's another thing. So we're going to do sort of a really thin kiss of yellow ochre on this. Do I sound like I'm making this super complicated? Because I'm actually, when you see it, it's not. Anyway, so when I leave that moon a little bit, it's going to have just a hint of warmth in it, right? Just like the moon gets. Sometimes the moon will go blue, but sometimes it goes sort of just a little bit orange, or not orangey, yellowish, warm, right? It's almost imperceptible, but it's there. Sometimes it's really perceptible. Right? But you think about it, all the moon's doing is reflecting the sun, right? But then that warmth is coming through all of our atmosphere, which has all that water stuff in it. And then, you know, it can shift, you know, that can shift everything, right? That's what shifts everything every day in your life anyway, right? That's why mountains are blues or go off in the distance and all that stuff. Okay, so what color is this dog? Is he white? White
and brown, or white and black.
That's where you'll fart around with your color comps. Okay. I'm gonna try and do this during break. I'm gonna, because I forgot to. I didn't think I was gonna get to color comps today, but I might kind of talk to him, because if anybody else has, you know, you could sort of finalize this thing. You could go to your color comp. You could go to color comps from this, because I mean it's not gonna change that dramatically. Right, you're just going to tweak a few things. But what I would do now, and I'm going to show you this today. I would, okay, I would take. You said this is all bits and pieces, right? So you're doing it just like we did in Saturday's class, right? Where we do all, yeah, okay. That's the same thing I'm going to talk about today, but a little further. Now what I would do is I would take that. Right, and then probably all taped together and stuff, and just take that whole thing and lay it down on a scanner or a copy machine, either or, right, and print it backwards, right, and then tape your final trace to it and start and go back into it. Sometimes I put like 2 pieces of trace. Why? So it obscures it back a little bit, so I have to kind of go in there and I'm back to fresh drawing again, instead of going, I'm going to outline everything. So once you outline everything, you're dead. You lose this. And this for me, is exactly what I want. Like you do this in that brownish pencil and then you wash the first wash over it, you're going to lose your mind. It is. It's a bitchin' technique. And it's classic, okay? It's not nothing I invented. It's just classic. It's a classic pencil and watercolor. Go back and look at Beatrix Potter. It's not that different from that, okay? All the way to, you know, people, you know, Chris Hong and Peter Sab and everybody's using sort of similar techniques, okay? I think Peter Sab is almost exactly like this, I think. But, okay. Okay, you got questions?
I think that was it for now. Thank you.
Everybody's going, thank God you can shut up about this already. Okay. And then the other thing, wait, one more thing. Oops, God damn it. Where's it going to sit on the page?
I think lower than that, and then the moon will probably be up higher.
Oh, I like that. Okay, yeah. And by the way, this little can just wash off with a little wash with no detail. The side of the thing just can wash off. Like just get a big fat brush and maybe a few of those little hits. That's it. Just let it fade off. And then this. More like that?
Yeah, the moon will probably be a little bit smaller too, actually, now that I'm looking at it.
That's one thing I do like about Photoshop is you can do this real quick. And I do, by the way, I do this all the time. When I'll take it, like let's say I scan it. I take my, because I like to unify the drawing when it gets this far, you know, when it's all bits and pieces. And like I said, I either do it on a copy or I usually like to scan it because then I can control how big it is and all that. You know, and it'll reduce it down to one drawing, right? It'll eliminate all that, you know, layers and stuff. And then when I put that down, or when I do that, when I scan it, I do a few tweaks like this while it's still in Photoshop. And I work out like big things like that. Or I might go, oh, it's leaning a little bit that way. I'll go in the skew tool and like tilt it back up. And I'll do anything I can do in Photoshop. I don't go down the rabbit hole with it, but I do things like that where I might move things and start to get it laid out right. Does that make sense? And then I'm going to also think about, I like to think about, let's do this. Oops. Or maybe like this. I go, okay, maybe this needs to come down here. And I just grabbed this from some other children's book. You know, how am I going to line that up, right? Or is it all together, or is it like that maybe, or something, right? And I just start playing around with like, where would that, because in reality, you would always be aware of where am I going to place the type. You know what I mean? The worst thing you can do is design something really cool that you're in love with, and then you go, there's nowhere for type. And what would be even worse is if an art director goes, where the hell's the type going? Then you really feel like an idiot. You know what I mean? Now they can always make it work somehow, but you know, you don't want to look like you don't know what you're doing. But anyway, so I might, and I just like seeing it with type. There's something about seeing it with type. It's part of the design. It makes it feel like, wow. And here's the other thing with type that I think is interesting. Like in this case, it's making me feel like this feels pretty good. You know what I mean? Sometimes you put the type in and that's something that's sort of a finalize-y kind of thing. And it makes it look not finished at all. Because the type sort of makes it look, you know, type looks finished and then it reveals. I know it sounds weird, but there's all these psychological filters you can use that are telling you, because we all have trouble, I think, knowing when to stop. You know what I mean? And what I'm trying to develop with, you're developing this, and it's a style that I really like, where it's a finished drawing that's super loose and beautiful. And if you pick up using the thing I'm going to talk about today with the transfer thing, you can keep all that. So you can, because I don't want it really much more finished than this, other than what I just said. Just sort of, you don't want to overwork this. It'll kill it. Okay. You don't want to start outlining these buildings. That's the thing everybody starts doing this when if they transfer it, like if they do it on a light table. If I'm doing it on a light table, I still start off this way and I start just like kind of redrawing it just like I drew it, except now I have a landmark guide, right? And I can do it pretty good. And then I got to come back in and sort of rework the drawing. And I love drawing, so it doesn't bother me, okay? Because some people go, I just want to get the painting. It's like, get a better technique. I was just talking about this in my other class. If you don't like some part of the process, design your process to like the whole process. Like even when I'm doing an oil painting, I have a process where I like to draw straight onto the canvas, but I have a way that I do that. And that way, when that drawing is finished on the canvas, I don't have to transfer it. It's done. I can just start painting. And it's loose and everything. It's what I want, okay? So I developed a technique for that I use, and I go, and I can just paint straight onto the canvas, and I don't have to worry about doing a drawing and then blowing it up and then transferring all that crap. Because every time I do that, I just lose so much of the personality of the whole thing. I try and recapture it in the paint, but whatever. So like with this, I love this technique. I love every part of it. Like I love the drawing part of it. I love tearing apart stuff and building it. And I like thinking about it. And I like all that. And then I love transferring it and see it like, yeah, now it's on the watercolor paper. Then I love stretching it where it sucks some of that pencil into the paper. Now I can reinforce it a little more. I love all that. I love push-pull. So when things suck the stuff back in and I have to pull it back out, I like that. Because then I'd get variety of line where certain lines sort of fade off, and then just the ones I want to punch are coming forward. And I can be really delicate with it, okay? And then, because I've captured all this value, I can start washing color over it, and it's just like, bam, it starts looking cool, you know? It's really weird how when you get used to it, how all of a sudden that stuff will sort of fade out but pop through here. All of it will start to work together where you're not even noticing that, like, there was that value study underneath it, or all that value work underneath it. It just feels like you painted it. Like people look at it, it looks super complicated when you finish it. It's like, it's just like anything else. It's a layering. It's a technique. Like once you know how to do it, then you know how to do it. But when I used to try and capture this, when I didn't know, I'd go in with paint and I'd go, oh, they put a brush mark there and a brush mark. It's not how they did it. They kept washing things up and building shapes and washing and building. They didn't just go in and make that mark and make that mark. Because I look at it and go, there's so many strokes in this thing and so many variations of color. How are they thinking like that? And when you're thinking like purely opaque or whatever, it doesn't really work as well. You know what I mean? For this kind of thing. Okay. All right. So I think I don't know where I'd put the type, but and then I'll do things like, would it look better up here? No. Would it look better down here? Probably not. Up here's better. And then anything, and then you got to make a decision, like what whites do I want to save, or am I just going to go back over it and hit it with some gouache at the end? Basically, I'll save whites and things like that. But what I do is I go, I'm not going to worry about it that much. If I forget, I've got opaque media that I can go back over it with. So it's not the end of the world, one way or the other. because we're not being watercolor purists here, okay? So watercolor purist is like only uses watercolor, saves all their whites, so on and so forth, right? And that's fine. Except I'd argue, I got a book on Sargent's watercolors. I was looking at those things going, these are insane. But then I read up on them. Sargent used every trick in the book. And I go, if it's good enough for him, it's good enough for me. You know what I mean? Okay. Susie.
Hi.
Okay, well, you sent me this week, right?
Right.
Okay, one thing I might do here, and I was talking about this in another class too. I might keep it to like, okay, like this part, you know, R11 by 17 or whatever. Oh, I like the road. That's cool.
Well, that was your idea.
I know, but it's executed nicely.
Oh, thanks.
That's just a graphic. That's just a graphic thing. You know what I mean?
I really struggled with executing that well. Let me tell you, I really did.
You'll see it over and over again. It's nothing I invented. It's something I invented probably. Okay, anyway, I might go, I'm gonna level this out.
See, I didn't, unlike Camille, I didn't use that tracing paper, although I have it, but I'm not used to using this.
These up, I'd say once you start going towards, I like working on that paper. I love the way it feels. I love the way it erases completely. And I know I get people all the time and they go, every class you say you shouldn't erase. I go, this is now design. I'm going to erase things out to redesign them and stuff like that because that's a fluid. I'm trying to finish it out. And it'll erase pretty much completely almost. And then there's something about the surface of it I love. If I put it on like a stack of paper, you know, it's nice soft paper. And I like it to tape it onto a drawing board. Like I just like sit there with a drawing board. But and then I like that I can just tear it up and tape it together and create this Frankenstein drawing, you know.
Yeah.
But
I think it's a matter of me getting comfortable and knowing how to use it. So I just need to jump in and start
I'm going to talk about it.
Tearing sheets and doing it.
I want to talk about it in a little bit.
But what happens here with a drawing like this is you can see it gets darker and darker and darker, and I'm erasing and drawing, you know, and then it just kind of gets to be one big dark blob.
Well then, okay, so then what's a good thing to do that I do is I might tape this down to my board and tape maybe 2 pieces of trace. And another reason I like it is it's super cheap, so I'm not feel like I'm wasting all this paper. I'll put 2 pieces over it and then put my 3rd one on it. So now I've obscured it a little bit and it pushes it back, just like if you were dropping the opacity in Photoshop.
Okay.
Now I can't quite see everything perfectly, so I have to sort of go back in and pull things out and redesign, pull the good stuff out, eliminate the other stuff. It's a process. I mean, it's just like clay, man. You're like plopping this thing down, you rip off some parts of it and you go, that looks pretty good. Oh wait, I got to add something back on here. Or maybe that shoulder's not coming out, I'm gonna flip it around. It's the same thing. You're throwing down this raw thing and then you're shaping it. Right?
Okay.
Like to me, that's what it is, you know?
All right.
Because we all get it in our heads, at least I did, and I think a lot of people do, that whoever it is we like looking at, that they just sat down like a machine and they just threw this thing out. And it's like, that's not usually how it works. It's usually a lot of struggle. And I hear it from everybody, and it's a good thing to look at because I've admired certain artists, Scott Burdick, one of them, or I was just looking at his paintings, I go, this guy just hits it out of the park, just like nonstop. Like he just never. And he used to do like plein air events. He doesn't do them anymore, which I think is smart. But anyway, I saw an interview with him, and they did one of those paint out things, and the person interviewing him goes, "Wow, your 2 pieces from the paint out were really beautiful." And he goes, "Yeah, you didn't see the 5 that I had to wipe down because they were terrible." You know what I mean? And hearing that guy say that, you go, "Thank God." You know what I mean? That like, and then he said in that thing, I think he goes, I have to fight for every damn painting I get. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm like, thank God you said that. You know what I mean? Because you
human.
look like you don't have to fight for it. You know what I mean? Because the
Right.
painting is beautiful. And even Milt Call, who was the best draftsman at Disney from the 9 Old Men, right? This guy was an absolute monster. And I just heard this recently in some interview with him, and he goes, everybody because he was known as that guy, even in his own time. He goes, everybody here at the studio and everybody thinks that I just like put this stuff down like a machine, and I'm such a great draftsman, all this stuff. He goes, I got to struggle and fight and chew my way through all these things. You know, he goes, nothing for me is easy, you know? And when you look at the guy's work, it's hard to believe. Because it's insane. Like that guy had a computer chip in his brain or something. You know what I mean? He's like James Baxter is now, you know, it's like, it's insane. Like go look at his pencil tests. They're insane. Okay. And it's not just the drawing, it's the acting and the nuance and the sense of weight and all that stuff he gets, you know?
Okay.
And then his amazing draftsmanship allowed him to do that. Okay. So here I might go, I actually might break the rule here a little bit. You know, and I'd probably never get away with this in real life, but what I would, what the hell, hang on. Zoom is really weird. It always throws windows where you don't want them, then you move them and it throws them back where you don't want them. It's weird. Okay. I might break this border, like keep the majority of it down here, the 11 by 17 we talked about. But I really want this. I want this stuff to really be ridiculous.
Okay, thank you. Because, you know, when we talked about this last week, you set it up as a portrait format. But then I was thinking, well, we have to do it.
No,
yeah, you drew a box. Yeah, and it has to be landscape, right?
You guys got to catch me on that. That's me forgetting what I said.
Okay. I mean, you just drew a box around it that was more dimensionally like portrait. So then I was struggling with that because I felt like I was boxed in with this landscape.
In the way, and I would never get away with pitching this, but the way I would pitch this is I go, let's put a what do you call it? Score right here. So this folds down over it. When the kid opens a page, it comes up and breaks the border, right?
We could do that.
And then they'll go, hey, asshole, we didn't hire you to create a pop-up book. You know what I mean? That's what would be the but,
right.
We hired you
that would be cute.
to follow
like
our
that.
format. This isn't a pop-up book. But anyway. But if I had any say-so over it, like if I was doing this in-house, and I've had this before, I've done a lot of activity books and stuff, and I'm art directing it, then I want to go, let's score it right there and have it pop up. And then that's probably the other things. I would go, let's score a bunch of pages and have them just kind of pop open. Like maybe it's not a pop-up, but just like let's say it's a house. Now let's say it's this format, right? Back to horizontal. Then I go, there's a house and there's some bushes, and the bushes will extend beyond the thing. So now it's like a little die cut coming out. So it breaks that little border. And just break it, and maybe that has a little steeple on top. And boop, I pop that up. And all I'm doing is scoring the pages. I'm not creating a big structured, engineered pop-up. But it would, you know, it adds a lot of fun to it, you know?
Right. But the higher I go with that, I feel like I continue to lose detail because I have to still squeeze it into that.
It's not about detail. What are you talking about with the stack?
Yeah, because don't I have to present it horizontally? So everything gets tighter in that space.
If you shrunk it.
Yeah.
Oh no, if you shrunk it, it'd be hard to do. It's just not going to fit the format very well because this is such a vertical idea.
Right. So that's my struggle. Yeah.
So I'd say break the border. I love stuff breaking the border, and it's my rule. So I'm the art director. So now I'm saying we're scoring it and we're going to do this.
Okay.
Okay.
Good.
And to be honest with you, you know, that's something I could pitch only because, I mean, it really wouldn't cost that much more to do that. It's just how it's going to lay out on the when they print it, how it lays out on the sheet, right? So they'd have to interlock them probably, right? But when they create a die board, just so you guys know, when they create a die board, the die board also has the score information in it, if I remember right, okay? So they're creating a board, and the board's all these bent blades. So once they get done with the printing the sheet, it goes through another machine, that die board's on it, and it goes bam, and it cuts it out, right? And I think the scoring information is in that too. So it's not really going to cost me much more. The only thing it's going to, it's not going to cost me that much more other than I have to add a score, and then it's going to be that little die. The die is what's going to bump it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But it wouldn't be, it's not like paper engineering something where there's glued pieces and structured elements and extra sheet and all that kind of stuff. It could be a really inexpensive way of getting a lot of value. And if I was going to pitch it, I wouldn't pitch it just for this one book or this one page. I go, just like I said, I go, hey, on this page, this folds out. Then we do 3 pages where nothing folds out. And then on this one, it makes sense for this to fold out. You know, I might have somebody, you know, running off out of scene, and that's what you fold over. And my arms go out past the page, you know, if I'm running from Godzilla or something, right? So, you know, I could pitch things that way. And by the way, that's why people hired me. Usually was to go, we want this guy to innovate. You know what I mean? Yeah.
See, when I was drawing this, I felt like I was losing the emphasis on the van and all the baggage when I had to, you know, when I was including the journey, that other part of the story, like you were talking about earlier with Camille's, it's like, how much of the story do you want to tell? Do I want to talk about the baggage and they're overloaded and it's crazy? Do I want to tell them leaving the city? You know, so.
Well, the thing, and the thing with that too is you got to remember we're creating a 2-page spread from a book, right? So there's actually a lot more opportunity for detailed storytelling and backstory in here so you don't have to explain everything in every page. Does that make sense? Because when we're doing this, when I give a 2-page spread, because I'm doing it in a couple classes in different ways, you forget that, like, so that everybody starts trying to tell the whole story in that 2 pages. It's like, look, man, there might have been 12 pages leading up to this and another 10 pages after it. So what you got to do is go, here's the text I have. Like with Camille's, the reason I like to go, or anybody's, the reason I like to go into backstory, it gives me something to design to. Does that make sense? Like otherwise I have nothing to design to. And again, that's the problem I have. And that's what I'm trying to attack in all my classes right now. It's another thing I've identified, which is actual storytelling and not jumping to cliches and basically fan art where you know, if you don't control what people are, if you don't push people out of their comfort zone, all they'll do is draw the same thing over and over again that they like drawing. You know what I mean? Yeah, I like drawing Batman. It's like, I don't care. You know what I mean? Give a crap if you like drawing Batman. You know what I mean? It's like you and 10 billion other fanboys around the world. So what? You know what I mean? What are you bringing to that? You can't really bring anything to that. Like maybe if you goof on it and come up with some, you know, angle, but like drawing that stuff to me, it's been, you know, you can go online right now and type in #Batman, you'll get, and drawings or whatever, you get 10,000 of those things, right? It's, you got to start, everybody's got to start developing to a narrative or creating the narrative. So in this case, we're kind of creating the narrative, right? So it's different than my other class where I give them the narrative, okay?
Right.
And I'm doing that.
So for layout, could the city in the background, could text be in between that city scene and the van in the foreground? Could there be some text in between it, you know?
Well, yeah, here
on either end of the page?
Yeah, I mean, usually with kids' books, it's not huge paragraphs. Once in a while it is. It's a paragraph or a little more. You know, a lot of times when I'm doing this, I'm just going to go, maybe I'm putting some text here. And then the text finishes down here, maybe. You know, and I'll just go, how does that look? You know, and that's all I'm going to do. Just to start blocking, just to go, okay, does that look okay yet? It doesn't look too bad. You know, I don't know if it needs to split here. It would matter what the text is. But if it does, I'm just looking down here and going, well, I might go ... if it makes sense, ... down here, if it makes sense, okay? If it doesn't make sense, it's 2 statements. I like doing the breaking it and doing the ... thing when this down here is sort of a punchline.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's like, da. Because your parents think, you know, that kind of thing. If it's that kind of, I like to break it up. You know, that way it's a little more punchline, right?
Okay.
Okay, so now it's little things. What's this one over here? So this one over here is going to have to get clarified.
Okay.
That,
This one
over here looks a little, what were they called? The banana splits. You remember the banana splits?
No.
You don't remember the banana? You're probably too young.
No, I'm not. I just didn't watch that show, I guess. I'll look it up.
Well, like, I don't know why, but it popped up on my girlfriend's, like, something on Facebook or something. I don't know why. And we're watching.
Is that one of those things, like HR Puffin stuff?
Yeah, and it was kind of, it might have been made by Sid and Marty Krofft, the same people that did that. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But a lot of the kids' entertainment back then was just dudes and mascot costumes.
Well, maybe that's that's in my brain. I forgot that
It had a great song. It had a great song. Anyway,
I'll look it up.
it was like the intro of the show, and the intro of the show, I think the whole show was like this. It's just them running around, these guys running around in mascot costumes, just acting wacky.
Simpler time.
Yeah, totally. That's what I was saying to her. I go, look at our entertainment from back then. It was like so lame, you know? God, it was lame.
All right. I got to work on that guy then. I was having trouble having a dog with a peace sign
okay,
too.
so one thing I would say is go, you probably already are, look at dogs.
Yeah.
And one thing I like.
All day long.
Huh?
I said all day long.
Oh, I can look at dogs all day.
Dogs.
I can hang out with dogs. Look, here's one thing I do a lot when I want to draw dogs sometimes. Hang on. Now I got banana split song stuck in my head. Okay.
That sounds familiar.
If you heard it, you'd go, oh, that. Okay. You probably didn't watch it because it was really stupid.
Probably.
It depends on, like, I don't remember how old I was when that was on. I don't remember, like, watching it. I don't know. Who knows? So a lot of times I'll look up dogs smiling. Like, look at this one.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. All right.
I mean, look how great that is. I saw one this morning.
I'm totally going to look that up. I love it.
And then look at this, you know, like, look at, or this one, look.
That's great. Nice. Yeah. How can you not be happy looking at these?
Exactly. That one's photoshopped, obviously. But there's all kinds of, look at this one.
Oh, this is funny. Okay.
But look at the simple graphic language. It's pretty simple.
Yeah. Okay. I got to think in those terms.
This is another great one. You know, and then if I come in here, hang on. Come on, you piece of crap. There we go.
Puppy smiling.
I just type in dog smiling. Ah, shit. Hang on. It does this all the time. That's so irritating. Hang on. And sometimes it's this web format that doesn't do anything. Yeah, both of these are. Hang on. What was the name of it? Puppy smiling?
That's a puppy smiling, yeah.
There it is. By the way, when you drag something into Photoshop off your desktop, like I just did,
right,
it's going to create a smart object. You can see it right there, which is going to prevent you from doing a lot of things. So you got to control click the bar and rasterize layer, and it'll get rid of that. Okay.
Okay.
So that's your jumping off point here. I mean, if it's this one or whatever. Then I would look for dogs with whatever kind of personality I'm looking for. You know, snarky. You can put
Okay.
you can punch him in like snarky dog, and trust me, you'll get 1 million.
Okay.
Then I start going, you know, I could raise his eyebrows way up,
Mm-hmm.
really make the smile bigger. And all I'm going to do is just doodle these for a minute. You know, I'm probably going to maybe his ears are up in mine because he's super stoked. Break a couple of fur up there, little fur here. You know, and I just start trying a bunch of these things. Like, you know, maybe there's a little bit of a triangular thing going on here. So maybe I'll push his nose down a little bit. Maybe his ears are down here. Same thing. He's very furry around here. So on and so forth. And I'll just do a bunch of them until I land on something I like.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And I'd probably pull a couple of different, you know, the guy I like is the one I like the best in here so far. This guy, you ever seen this video?
No.
There's a video of that dog doing that. It's super funny.
Oh yeah, I've seen it on Vine a lot.
Where's the one I want? This guy. I like this guy.
Yeah.
He just looks cool.
Those are so great. So great.
Look at this dude.
Love it. Yeah.
I love dogs, man.
Sweet.
I have one on my bed right now. So.
You got, who's talking? Because I can barely hear you.
It's me. Sorry. I have my dog in my bed right now. She's sleeping.
See if you can turn your mic up. I can barely hear you. Is that how you're hearing it, you guys?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know how you built this dog. He's starting to work.
All right.
Hang on.
I built him after my dog. He's kind of long and lank.
Just a
I want to keep a line style that just is almost more sketchy than smooth. Kind of has a lot of energy to it.
Yeah. I think what I like, and I'm not trying to force you guys into a style, okay, but what I like, and I think you can take this into varying degrees in anything you do. I like something that's like a refined sketch, okay, where it still keeps that freshness and that looseness, but it's clearly finished and structured and all that sort of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there's some of my random mark making in it that's never really random, but it's just sort of, it adds volume and stuff to it. Okay, and I just like that. I don't want to clean up everything I do. I just don't like that. You know what I mean?
Okay. Well, I'm thinking like specifically with this van, I don't want things to look perfectly symmetrical. I want it to look a little bumpy. And
do you have a somebody you like in style?
well, I think it's just going off of all this urban sketching stuff that I've been doing.
Oh, interesting.
And just other people's style. But well, you know, I was thinking about the intro to Grease, the movie Grease. And do you know the artist that did that little animated bit?
In that movie, Grease, with John Travolta?
Yeah, in the beginning.
There was an animated part in that.
Yeah, and the guy, I wrote his name down. John Wilson. Well,
Who?
John Wilson, but John Wilson. Is that his name?
Let's see.
I don't want to send you off on some tangent because I don't know that he always drew that way, but the intro to that movie and the music video just has kind of a jump to it.
By the way, I like going off.
Kind of a vibe.
I like going off on visual tangents, by the way.
Okay. And the artists that I think about those, like Frank Romero, who did the Chicano artist
Oh,
that
yeah,
did
yeah,
the
yeah.
mural down there.
No, Frank
You know,
Romero.
just kind of that vibe. I'm thinking about the car, the vehicle, and the smoke, and just a lot of the colors.
Is it this? Hang on.
We just had the most amazing family vacation.
Yeah, I could see for what's coming up next. It looks like that's it. Yeah. It's just kind of that feel that I'm thinking about.
Oh, okay. This is very hang on.
See how jumpy the lines are, even in the shirts in the closet.
Yeah, it's very TV animation.
Is that the wrong way to go?
No, no, not at all. I just think the dancing's super funny. What? That was the intro of that movie?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. God, that's so 70s, man. Robert Stigwood, Alan Clark, both 70s producers. You know, I wonder if these are the same people who did Schoolhouse Rock. It looks very Schoolhouse Rock.
It does, yeah. Well, John Wilson too, I was looking, and he did some animated videos for Sonny and Cher, and
Yeah, that would make sense. God, it's weird. It looks like an intro to like a Saturday morning kids show.
should I apologize for
No, there's nothing wrong with that.
going that route?
It's just, no, the only reason I'm saying that is it's kind of weird because you go, this is a movie, and this feels like the intro to like a Saturday morning kid show. Because they probably contracted
Yeah, but you don't-
those studios to do it.
Yeah, it's interesting though. There's a lot of political commentary, as you see in it. They write up on it. It's interesting. I think a lot of references to maybe some other artists and
What the hell's that about? That's Stockard Channing, who was like 40 years old playing a high school student.
I know they all were old.
I know. It's always why I couldn't watch it. They come on, I go, these guys are all clearly like 35 years old. Like, why? And I'm
Yeah.
supposed to think they're in high school? Like, there's nothing high school about these people. They all look like parents, you know?
Yeah.
I couldn't suspend disbelief that much. Okay. So what I was going to say is, yeah, he's not too bad the way he's hanging out. Always think about the construction of these things too. I know he's looking straight on, but I do kind of think about, okay, there's a snout here, which is connected to this, and then it's got a nose. Then I can bring it down and bring it up and put the ears on it. You know what I mean? I like to know how it's constructed for my own self, right? Because then it makes it easier for me if I go, okay, now I'm going to turn this. He's basically this shape. Here's the snout. This comes up a little bit. He's got a little fur right there. There's his ears. And I kind of know, now if I want to turn him, I just go, okay, this section, now I'm going to turn it 3/4, so I'm going to see a little more of the back of the head. There's the axis to the front, and then here's my box where his snout is. If I'm doing a little more of a down shot. And I can start drawing them from different angles and things like that. Does that make sense? Now, it's not like I'm sitting around drawing boxes all the time, but I think about the sections like that. So that way I know if I want to turn his head a little bit, then I'm turning those basic shapes is all I'm turning.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
So, you know, it also keeps it consistent from page to page. Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Because if you were doing this for real, one thing that people make a mistake on, you know, they don't realize, like, you can't turn the page, all of a sudden that dog looks like a totally different character.
Right.
On page 28, all of a sudden it looks like a different character. And art director will rip you up for that because he'll be like, this looks like a different dog on every page. How do I know this
Okay.
character, you know?
Okay.
We're only doing one, so that's not the end of the world. And then if you want to start pushing this, you know, if they're kind of hippie dogs and I can start putting silly things on them. Maybe he's wearing a cowboy hat for some reason. You know, and start to anthropomorphize him a little bit. Maybe he's got a fringe jacket on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, like Camille wears. You know, here's his arm hanging out the window. So he'd be in the car like that. Here's the back of the chair. Here's the, whatever you call it. And then, you know, if he was driving, then I could have the other hand on the wheel like that. So it'd be like, right?
Okay.
And he's smoking because everybody smoked back then. On and on, right? So,
Okay.
so now what you got to do is, like, say on this car, you got to come in now and go, okay. Like one thing, it's cool. Yeah, you could use these kind of treads, by the way. That's not bad. So when I'm doing like a window like this, I want to keep it structured a little bit. I know you're going to go a little wonky, and that's fine. But I'll draw that, and then I'll draw this, and then I'll separate them with by rounding off my corners and all that kind of stuff, right?
Okay.
I might make things a little bigger and chunkier. Same thing here, probably do that. Then I'm going to go chunk it up a little bit.
Bigger and chunkier. Okay.
You know, and then this can come through. Well, that's one way you can go. And then I'd make sure that, like, okay, so when you start going towards finish on this, I like to start sweeping the lines so they get a little cleaner.
See, I wanted to keep it more.
You can keep
bumpy.
it wonky. Here's the trick with wonky. It has to feel finished and feel designed, even though you're keeping it wonky. Does that make sense?
All right.
Which is how you want to do that. I'm not trying to totally make it wonky. I like wonky. You know what I mean? But just make sure, and also like this stuff on the roof, I'd probably put, you know, a strap here and there. Everything has to be designed, right?
Right.
So you can keep it super wonky and stuff. I just have to believe that it was designed wonky. Because that one you just showed me, it's totally wonky. That was a really popular style in the 70s, you know?
Uh-huh.
And part of the reason, you know, that I'm guessing that dance sequence in that one we were just watching looks funny is because if you look at it, it doesn't look like it has enough frames in it. Like that's because they were probably doing it on a really low budget. And they were like, who knows how they were doing that. Hanna-Barbera sort of innovated that, but they did it really well. Like the Flintstones and all the stuff. I think the Flintstones was the first primetime animated show. So getting something to be able to be played weekly was really hard in animation, which is why they sort of pioneered that use of really simplified animation, but they did it really well. Then everybody started doing it probably after that, and some of them did it well and some of them didn't. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So like that, those dance moves, it's not a dance move, it's sort of going. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like me, it doesn't know how to dance. Right.
Yeah.
Another thing is I'd probably give it a nice little wash under here for a shadow.
Right.
Establish your light, right?
Yeah, there really aren't any values. It's very flat.
You don't have to do it at this point. By the way, flat can be a style too, but I want to get in this. I want to get you to
Sorry.
What do you call it?
Oh,
and then this background, the city back here can, you know, you already have it real simplified. I'd keep that pretty simplified. And I think you had like a curve. Yeah, you do. Back here, this curve is nice.
It's like the edge of the
like this here. Yeah, like yeah. Like this. Yeah, like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I might just go, I might move this road a little over here so it doesn't meet this road so closely.
Right. Okay.
Like you did here, you did it here.
Oh, yeah.
So it feels like it
Okay.
could go here and then climb the hill and come up here, and go here and then climb the hill and come up here. And then this
Okay.
guy, I like that shoulder thing. I don't know how his hand would go. Might give him a little more. So yeah, this is pretty good. I like this, the way this arm is going, like the way it's leaning out the
Thank you.
window.
I was
like,
very proud of that. Thank you.
it's good.
Thanks.
And I might see, is there a way I can maybe, it's probably not going to work. Nah, it's fine. Because, you know, his head, from a side view, his ears would be going back like that because he's sticking them out the window.
Mm-hmm.
But from a front view, you probably just have to, and I think this might work. You just have to come up with some sort of graphic way of saying that. Because if it gets like super realistic, they probably won't look good. It'll just look weird. It's like Mickey. They tried doing Mickey's ears where they would go in perspective like that, and it didn't look right. So now,
Yeah.
notice he turns his head, and his ears kind of still do that, right?
Yeah.
It's just graphically it looks better. You know, when they turn them sideways in perspective, like, I don't know if they do still do
Disappear.
that or not, but I know they tried it way back, like I don't know,
Mm-hmm.
and it didn't work. And then all this stuff. It needs to be a jumble, and just I would just clarify certain things here and there. I definitely clarify this guitar. And then some of it can be sort of vague a little bit. It doesn't have to all be described. Sort of like the tree
Okay.
thing, where it's like you get that edge silhouette. But, you know, like I want to especially highlight things that are, what's the word? Part of the story of them, or what, you know, they're kind of hippie dogs or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whatever, you know,
Okay.
that sort of speak
Okay.
back to character. Okay?
Okay.
That all make
Okay.
sense?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, look at this drawing.
There's your wash.
That's super wonky, that drawing, man. I got to find out the story behind that. I bet you anything it's the people who did Schoolhouse Rock.
Yeah. Looks like it.
Shouldn't I have more in here? I should have more in here. Where's Allison Martin?
Hi, I'm right here.
Okay, so what are we thinking here?
I'm thinking that it's going to be a story about a pigeon who wants to be something more than that because pigeons are known to be gross, and he wants to be beautiful like a flamingo.
Yeah, okay, I remember talking about this. Okay, right now it's a sketch of a penguin and a pigeon and a flamingo, right?
Yeah. Yes.
What's telling me the story here?
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought that's what you wanted from last time, but I'll go more into detail.
Yeah, it's not a detail thing. It's just what's happening here?
He's talking to the flamingo.
Okay, so one thing I would do then, I mean, you could do that. That's fine. Hang on, this is a PDF. Where is it? I want to go over, as soon as I get through these, I want to go over the transfer process with you guys. And then I'm probably just going to do I might even do the transfer as another video just so I have it. But I'm going to go through it with you guys. And also I'm going to probably do a video on transferring your stretching your paper. I want to talk a little bit about that today. That's a little ways off, but again, I want to give you a heads up. Okay. Why is there? Okay, this one's a little better. Feels like they're interacting a little more, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. One thing I probably want to get this flamenco more stylized, right?
Okay.
So I don't know what that'll be. That's too wonky. And we got to keep the flamingo looking nice.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing I like to do, like maybe there, let's see. You know, I just start playing around with this. And then this leg. Okay, so, and also, again, any mark you make at this point now, I don't like that foot at all that I just did, has to be descriptive of something, okay? So, and I know these are roughs. I get it. But one thing I would do is I would probably go. And I would stylize this way more, but I would probably really emphasize the verticality on this thing. So bring it way down. And then I would probably have it, you know, and then the other foot's here. Then I would have this foot going into the water, probably do a little ripple.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe this goes like a little reflection, right? Then this guy, again, this guy, he probably needs to be looking up because they're interacting. And I'd make, you know, I totally stylize this, you know, however I did that. Maybe I raise up his wing, you know, where he's going like, hey, how do I do that? You know, like some kind of gesture.
Right.
This isn't good yet. This would actually come over here more, probably. And you wouldn't see this one back here actually, but I might fake it just so you get it. Or I try probably a couple different things. Sometimes the drawing will help me work out what the interaction is. Like I might raise up this arm. Maybe he's pointing over there for some reason, or maybe he's just gesturing in some way. You know, I'm going to find a fun, look, let's find a fun one. Because this is where you get to jump off the cliff, which I think is fun.
Mm-hmm.
So here's a couple. Look at that guy.
Oh yeah, he's cool.
Yeah. Look at this one.
Mm-hmm.
Super charming.
Oh, that's really cute.
Look at this guy. Look at how he's just. And then this is the other fun part. Is like, see how he used his feathers to create hands?
Mm-hmm.
Super clever. Okay. You know, how are you going to anthropomorphize them, right? Which is what we're talking about.
Gotcha.
Look at these right here. So you just get the basic shape language and you just start to push. And birds have a pretty simple shape language. There's the other end of the spectrum right there. Let's see, there was one you did of a raven I love. Let me find it. Look at this one.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Everything this dude draws is cool. Let me see. Damn it, where is it? Here's some more. I mean, it's one of my favorite things. It's just designing stuff. It doesn't matter if it's the characters or the background, or I don't care. I just love designing stuff. And I love trying to push it. Where's that stupid drawing? Hang on. Oh, I just saw it. Oh, here it is. Look at this one.
Oh yeah. Sounds funky.
Yeah, look at all the attitude in that.
Mm-hmm.
That is awesome. And look how simple it is, by the way. It looks very finished, but look, when you get it close to it, it's super simple. Let's save that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
So it's basically a silhouette, more or less. Okay, so let's go back here. So, you know, we can keep this, you know, I'm probably going to want to keep the flamingo pretty elegant. Not going to want to make it look super goofy because that's what this one's aspiring to be. I'm going to shorten the body a little bit. Probably put those little back legs there. You know, and then I got to find the right gesture. You know, if I raise that shoulder, if I raise shoulders and do this, like if I have a humanoid thing,
Mm-hmm.
look how little I have to do. If I just raise the shoulders and then put the hands out, it starts to say, I don't know, right?
Right. Yeah.
So look at those gestures, you know, because you want them to read. This is a kid's book. So,
Mm-hmm.
you know, whatever's going on in that thing, it has to be very quickly readable, right? We're not getting all, and you're not getting complicated, so I'm not complaining about that. And then this one could be, you know, like you have it on a rock, but again, that rock is going to have another little ripple around it because he's standing on a rock. And then these things that come into frame, because I like this, but now this has got to get really also designed.
Okay.
And I don't expect it to be designed this early on. I get it. It's fine. You know, and I might, but I want to make this look really fun and appealing. All this leaves and all that stuff. And maybe here I'd put a, maybe I'd put a cattail or whatever they call them. You know, and then I'd have this going, whatever's back here, I might have, see if I can get the shoreline to come in somewhere. Maybe it goes up like that. And then that way I got an overlap here. And then back here, I could probably just put bushes and stuff and sort of silhouette it.
Gotcha. Okay, that looks really cool.
Maybe this one's mouth's open because they're talking. Now I made him look sinister. They make one wrong mark and he goes sinister, or she, or whatever it is. You know, and then maybe I'll figure out some way to do some, if I need to, with this feather idea. You know, if there's some reason for that one to be gesturing, I might do that. Then I got to figure it out. But I'm going to go right to the basic shapes of each one of these things. So flamingo, I got this, I can round that off, and they got this, I think they have a beak that goes like that, I think.
Yeah.
And then obviously I have this big elegant neck they have, and sort of this, if you want to speak to it being, you know, beautiful or whatever. And then they have this beautiful hot magenta orangey kind of color, right? Then I go, okay, gotta make, maybe I'd put a little bit of feather showing there. You know, I just try a couple different gestures and things. Make this a big knot right there because I have a big knot right there, and so on and so forth. So now these two have become a little more important. And then, you know, figure out some more foliage and stuff. I look at guys like Paul Felix and people like that for foliage. Okay.
Okay.
That all make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. What else do I got here? There's that. Danielle.
Yeah.
By the way, you got yours in late, right?
Yeah, sorry.
Don't be late. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're already going to watercolor paper?
Yeah, because I guess my process for the longest time has just been like going straight to paper.
I want you to work it through.
Okay.
That's one of the things I want you to learn in here. Like, I've seen your stuff, it's very good, but I want you to spend some time on the process of getting to the final drawing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so because I have now, it's a little more like adjusting, like I'm having a little bit of trouble with the weight of this character based on this. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
she's supposed to be like a little ghost character, so I was kind of having her like float a little.
Then you got to tell me it's floating.
Okay.
So this is what I like to work out in the early stages is oops. Hang on again. What just happened? I just did something stupid, sorry. Come on. Okay, there we go. So if I'm going to do that, then probably this needs to be up higher. And then maybe down here. Oh no, it is up here. I get a cast shadow from that, maybe, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then also, is floating her locomotion, her transportation or whatever? Is that how she walks or whatever?
I don't really know. I mean, probably.
Okay, that's important because then you go, okay, so there's gonna be weight here, which is gonna be, I know she's very, so these would probably be more, they might be up like this or something, where one's back here and one's like that. Something that's really speaking to like I'm floating and moving forward or whatever. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then what's her hands doing?
They're just gonna be hidden under the like cloak.
Okay, so always make sure, like, is there a reason to have the hands out here? Does it emphasize the floatiness, the motion, the gesture, the emotion, the whatever? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then I probably might move her hair just a little bit back to sort of suggest some motion. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I think maybe, so like, let's say this leg, I always do this real heavy-handed at first. I feel like that leg or that foot needs to be down because it's, it's hanging basically, right? And then maybe this one's this way and doing that or something, just like when you walk, you throw your hands back and forth and all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
Where's she looking at? Is she looking at the viewer? Is she looking down at the ground?
Probably at the viewer.
Okay. Is she aware of the viewer?
Probably not.
Why is she looking at him?
I mean, she could be looking at something in the distance right in front of her.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, if there's a reason to look at the viewer, that's fine. But you see how this, where it was before, is sort of in between floating and, see, I was reading, it's like she's standing, but she's sort of standing on her tiptoes, right?
Yeah.
Really make the statement when you're going to make that, any statement, okay? Especially in this, where we're really, we have a lot of free reign here because it's a fantasy thing. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Oops. So let's move this, let's say here. No, I screwed it all up. Okay. And this. You know, here somewhere. Okay, and then these things. See, this is why you want to do all this before you go to paper. These things need to really get designed, right?
Yeah, because I was making them Lily of the Valleys.
Yeah. You know, give me some overlap. Give me some, however you're going to do it, right? But really design them out to look. I always use this for this stuff. Like that's fairly designed out, right? I'd argue they could be more designed out. Let's see. Another one I look at for really good foliage design, simple foliage design. Now we're not making entertainment art here, but I'm going to pull a little bit from a couple just because it's in my head right now. There's this guy. Now this is going all over the place stylistically. Hang on. Totally different way to design foliage, right? Yeah?
Yeah.
That's obviously much more naturalistic. And then there's this sort of
Do you know the artist?
and
I
this
don't
kind of thing.
yeah. There's this artist that I like. I don't know how to pronounce their name. It's Ikigami Yoriyuki, and I really like how they do
Let's see.
foliage.
Look, how do you spell it?
I'll type it in the
Oh, okay.
chat.
Yeah. So I want to see that. I don't know that person. Look at this.
And yeah, their Instagram is Yori.
Look at this foliage. Right? It's really nice.
Would that be drawn on tracing paper, Mike?
Yeah, these look like they're probably on vellum. This looks like a rub out vellum technique. That's what it looks like to me. So what you use, or what you can use, you don't have to use. At Art Center, we used to use. So basically, you're putting down a drawing, and then at Art Center we would use. These, which are Weebrel pads, and they're just real super soft. I don't know what they're actually used for. I think they're used for like, it's weird, they don't even say what they're used for. I've seen them, people use them to clean like rims, and I don't know exactly. I always thought they were a medical product, but I don't think they are. But they're just, and you can do this with an old cotton shirt or whatever. These are just really nice. They're just real soft. I think they're cotton. you know, you can tear them up, make them smaller, you know, fold them up like that. And then they're really nice for smudging. And smudging on vellum, it smudges really nice. Then if it's Prisma, you can take some of it out with a kneaded, some of it out with one of those white plastic erasers, and then when you really want to get a hard highlight, you use an electric eraser. Just like one of those cheapos. You can get them at like Staples. Or you still I know you can get them at like the Staedtler ones or whatever. Literally everything I drop disappears. Everything. So I have this kit, which is a bunch of Prismas. My eraser. Right? Then I have white plastic erasers, and then I have another white plastic eraser, right? So it's and a kneaded eraser. And I'm doing that actually for this class and my other class because I'll probably do a sort of value. A lot of people go, it's an old background technique. It's a rub out technique. I don't know how it got assigned to like, oh, this is some background. I mean, I know they used it for that, but it's like, it's a rub out drawing. I mean, it's nothing new. Okay. Sorry, did I just over answer that? These are fun. We were in class, you could try mine, but of course we're not in class. So. Anyway, okay, did you put that in there, Danielle?
Yeah. I have a lot of other inspiration, but like I can't ever remember names off the top of my head.
Make sure you keep folders of that stuff.
Yeah, I do. I have a folder like called inspiration for my art, but yeah, it's not organized by like names, so I kind of have to scroll.
What I do is in my I keep one on my desktop too, but I have one in my browser and it just says OPS, which means other people's stuff. Then if you drop into that one, it has traditional media, watercolor, gouache, digital, whatever, you know, and I just categorize them in there. And then like a lot of times I just do it for inspiration. I just jump in there and go, I forget about a lot of them, then I jump back in and go, holy smokes, I forgot about this person. They're so awesome, you know, and I love looking at their work. Okay. Get rid of that. So yeah, we'll probably go over that a little bit in here because it's just a quick demo. It's really easy if you're interested in that, okay? I also do it sort of another technique using powdered graphite, which is another quick way to do that kind of idea. I do that sometimes on location, you know, throw the drawing down, just put a little tiny dab of powdered graphite, smudge the whole thing, and then start picking out my highlights, reinforcing my darks, and I get this super rendered out thing in like 10 minutes, right? Me likey the fast techniques. Okay, let's try this. Damn it. Is this another one here, Danielle? Like Casey Leo?
The Carrie Leo.
Oh, Carrie.
Yeah, they have like a more not really, well, kind of experimental style, but I like it. It's kind of charming. So
there's nothing wrong with experimental.
I follow a lot of like smaller artists, so a lot of people haven't really heard of them, but I enjoy them.
A little more anime influenced, right? Okay, I get it.
Not
Right
really.
here.
I feel like the way they draw, like
right here. The rest of them, no, I get it.
Yeah.
Oh, this is, yeah, okay. So are they working traditional and digital?
Yeah.
These things are a trip. These little Pokemon looking things. Okay, I get it. And let's see the other one. Why does this do this? Okay, let's go. Okay, where is it? Oh, here.
Yeah, the next artist, Justin Thibault.
Hang on, let me look up this one. Sorry, I'm
Yeah, I just
discombobulated. Where's my? Oh, there it is. Okay. Where's the chat? Here. Okay, chat. Chat. There it is. And then whenever you're doing stuff on Zoom, it just keeps opening these windows I don't want. I don't understand that at all. Okay, and here you go.
there's also like this very, very specific art piece that I really like by one artist, but they only did it like one time.
Oh, that's interesting. I've seen that before.
But like I really like the way they.
Okay, so what do you like about these?
I just like the more traditional feel, I guess, and like how illustrative they are. Are we talking about Iki Mori or?
Oh, I'm sorry. These. This is Carrie Leo.
Yeah, I just like how experimental they are, I guess, for me. Cause I don't know, I like a lot of they did like a lot of, where's the stuff at the top? They did like, there's like this one bike scene, but see, like, yeah, I like just the roughness of the colors blending.
So you like the sort of abstract quality about them a little bit?
Yeah. Even though that's not really my style, but I kind of just like experimenting.
I get that. I do too. I love doing that. I love doing that in a sketchbook. That's why I paint my sketchbook half the time. It's fun to just play in there. Okay. Okay, good. Because I don't want to push you too far, you know. But all I would say is just get everything sort of really feeling like it's a finished design. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Get her a little more floaty. And I love this right here, this leaf or whatever, it comes in and then it folds over on itself right there. See that?
Yeah.
I love that. Okay, so give me more of that. Just finish out these flowers and just get her, you know, so she feels like she's floating. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
And by the way, I've known people who work directly on watercolor paper and things like that. I worked with a guy who did that. He would just go straight on the watercolor paper, you know. But I'd argue sometimes it kind of screwed him up. But, you know, some people do. Okay. Where's David Scott at?
Right here.
Okay, so what's happening here?
So this is the Grim Reaper here, and he's supposed to be sort of looking down and judging some souls that have approached him.
It's a children's book?
Yeah, I mean it's because it's kind of grim in the same sense that like Goosebumps is. If that makes sense.
Okay. Does Goosebumps ever dress like souls and all this kind of stuff?
I think so, probably. They've done ghosts and that sort of thing.
Okay. So what kind of stuff do you like?
I like a lot of stuff. Like, well, more specifically, what do you mean? You mean like in terms of like film, art in general?
Yeah.
Style? Like, what do you mean exactly? Because like, well, if we start with like if we say like with film, I love like a lot of the Don Bluth like animated films and so on.
Oh, okay.
I just think his storytelling and his like sense of fantasy and imagination is he's just fantastic. And I'm trying to think what. I mean, I also love like the really old Looney Tunes cartoons just because of just kind of like how wacky, not only that, but just how well they were beautifully animated. The sort of like great
Sure.
sense of like stretchiness and flow to it all, and great timing and everything else. And there's a lot of stuff I could probably go on about.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
but
where's this dark sensibility coming from?
oh, this dark sensibility. Well, because it's kind of like. Because like I said with with the Goosebumps books, because like it has a sort of somewhat dark edge to it, but it is still ultimately goofy because if you look at the Grim Reaper himself, he's ultimately not a very like threatening looking dude. You know what I mean? He's still kind of a cartoon. Like I probably could have taken a better picture too, but
What's
he's
this?
still,
Is this something behind him right here?
yeah, he's sort of on a chair.
Is that like bones or something?
Yeah.
Okay. So I would, again,
Uh-oh.
this is working really big for this, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
There. When you start working this big, you start thinking finish. Okay. And right now I want you sort of designing, and it could be this big. You know what I mean? Actually, I'd probably stay about that big at this phase, because then once I get it sort of starting to figure it out, I can just blow it up, print it back out, and start working over it or whatever I'm going to do, right? But it needs to get a big level of design in it. This feels like it's a tangency where it's touching that edge. You see that? Right there. Okay, you guys are frozen. Hang on. Okay, can you guys hear me?
There we go. So, sorry about that. My internet's been going out all morning. That's like
it did it on mine too. It did it. I think it did it on everybody's. So you see this tangency right here?
Yeah.
Okay. Then the other thing is, like, if I'm going to design a skull, or I mean a bone, whatever you call this,
Throne.
This, it feels like a rib cage. I'm going to, fold these things in on themselves. Get that overlap line right there.
Okay.
And I'm going to really design it. And in this case, it's a kid's thing, so I got to keep a certain amount of silliness to it. So maybe I'd make it a little fatter and chunkier.
Okay.
And then this guy, is he wearing glasses?
No, he's just because he's got the skull head of a vulture. So these are just giant eye sockets, basically.
Oh, I see now. Okay.
Yeah. And like I said, if I took a better picture, it might have been a bit clearer.
All this has got to get really heavily designed. And then, is he talking?
I guess he could be.
I would have him talking just because it animates him a little more.
Okay.
And I'd get this to look a little, I want it to look, it should look, has he got a hood on?
Yeah. He's got the classic, Grim Reaper type cloak on.
Okay, so I'm going to emphasize that, and I want it to feel heavy because that cloak always looks really heavy. And then I might pull him forward a little more. And I'd really design this, and I would keep designing. This is just my first pass. I'd probably pull him back a little bit. Maybe he's leaning forward a little bit because I'm trying to get more, just more pose into it, more personality into it. This has to get designed. So I like the way the teeth are wrapping over. Like that. That's clever. But, they got to get more. Everything's got to get a little more designed.
Okay.
I might have the teeth like not totally connecting to each other that way. They might, and these would overlap, and then these would do what you got them doing here. This. And by the way, I'm going to give this whole thing a dose of stupid at some point, like a dose of more kid.
Yeah.
you know, maybe this, where does it, does this go to anything? Is this part of his throne, or does this go to anything? Like, does he
It's
walk
kind
in
of
it?
like it's kind of like a tunnel that kind of keeps going down under.
Oh, okay. So I might put, I don't know, some stairs going down, I guess. That mine are
Yeah.
going up. Mine are going up.
Yeah. No, but I get what you mean. Yeah, that makes sense.
So all this stuff, and then what's this here?
Stalagmites and stalactites and so on.
You gotta, and you're gonna stylize them, but you got to go look at them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even sure, you know, find some sort of stylistic language for this stuff. You know, and I always just go look at them and I find the language. Like maybe this one is going to be in silhouette behind that one. If this is an open, it's got to really feel like that. You got to really design that. All this stuff has to get super designed. It's one of the main things that's going to convey a level of finish to this stuff. Mine aren't nearly designed enough. And then this is what, the edge of a building?
Yeah, he's basically sitting in the doorway of this this giant sort of Gothic door frame. The idea being is that he's standing between, you know, people in purgatory and the afterlife. That's sort of the idea here.
I think I would try and get this all to flow together a little better, so it's not like building. Now it's like stalactites or whatever those are called.
Yeah, it's more of a transition to it.
It looks like everything needs to be unified more. So, like, you know, you might have, you know, maybe there's a foreground element here of these things. This is why I like to do these really small and just start working things out this way. And then I go, maybe he's down here. I go, here he is. Maybe he's leaning over. And here's his throne thing. And maybe the throne thing feels more like it goes into this, you know, the rest of this unit. Maybe here's another stalactite. And I don't even know if he needs to be in another, you know, maybe there's just like a gateway here or something, or the appearance of like he's standing in the, you know, not literally a building, but he's the barrier, right? So this could just go behind him, and maybe this behind him just becomes darker because you got to go from here to here and here, and he's in front of you, right? Maybe this little unit just becomes like closed, and he's guarding this door, and if he lets you in, he lets you in through here. You know, it could be anything like that. But design-wise, I want to. What you got to kind of make sure that you're doing is make sure that things are flowing together, not where it's like, okay, here's the throne. All of a sudden, there's a hard edge right here. This part of this building. All of a sudden, now there's a cave. It's like that's like three stripes. You know what I mean? Where I want it to go flow into each other, right? Like,
yeah, I get what you mean. It's sort of like less of like patches and more of like a continuous, you know, drawing.
Like less three separate ideas and one idea. Hang on.
Okay.
Sort of like. I mean, this is an interior. Hang on. Oh, okay. That's a complex interior like this, but all that stuff is sort of flowing together, right? And they're using all this foreground cavey kind of stuff, and then it goes over. I mean, these are sculptures and stuff, but it's still inside of a cave. So this could be stalactites.
Concept art for the Indiana Jones ride at Disneyland? Ah, okay.
This is traditional, by the way. This is probably acrylic.
Oh, wow.
Well, if you look, a lot of it's washed. So these lines and everything are the original underdrawing, and then he's washing over it and then going opaque in certain places. We'll talk about that later, okay? Because I'm going to show you later. But see how it all unifies? Like this, you know, this section in front of this flows together like it makes sense. That's what you want to do.
Okay.
And then look, this theoretically could be his throne, and then it sort of flows into all this other stuff, right? Yeah, that's from the original Indiana Jones ride. There's another one, complex interior cave scene. This is from the original one also. These are all from the first Imagineering book. That first big fat Imagineering book.
Huh, okay.
Okay, so that all makes sense, correct?
No, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Okay. Where's Deborah Espinoza?
Oh, I'm right here.
Okay, good. Okay, so what are we thinking?
There's two kids camping. Originally it was in their backyard, and then there's like a little Bigfoot who's lost, and the kids kind of hear rustling, and they're kind of like aware that there's something out there. They don't know what it is, and then in the background there's that little Bigfoot, and I wanted to, like, in the background make it look like really far away, like the Bigfoot mom is kind of out there shouting or trying to find her baby.
But that's a baby Bigfoot?
Yeah.
It's just the word Bigfoot cracks me up. I was just thinking about that yesterday. It's so weird. And I don't know if anybody's, there's this, I might have said this before, there's this stupid show on, I think it's on National Geographic, because apparently National Geographic wants to throw all the credibility out the window on their channel. They have this show where they like hunt Bigfoots, which clearly they're never going to find because there isn't one. But anyway, they have their own like language, so they always call it a squatch, right? That's their shorthand for big. So they're all serious. Like they have all this equipment out there, and then they're like, "You hear that? That's a squatch." You know, it's like, do you guys really take this seriously, or like, really? But anyway, I just like that they have their own like slang for it. Okay, so that's that one, and then there's this one, right?
Yeah, the other one is some girls dressed up in their little onesies, but the onesies are like animals, a bear, a deer, and a frog. And then as when it's night, then the real animals come out and kind of stare at them and wonder what's going on.
That's funny. I like this guy right here. I like that. Okay, so which one do you like better?
I'm not sure at all at this point.
Okay, so these kids are camping, and they're hearing something out there, and it's this crazy dude right here, right?
Right.
How come they feel like they're looking the other way?
Well, they don't. They're at this point. They're just hearing some sound, like leaves crunching, and they're not sure what it is. And
well,
they don't.
In the mountains too, like you really don't know which direction it's coming from, so I get that.
Yeah.
But I think I would probably, like the kid with the lantern, I would probably have him like looking out with the lantern out, right? So he's looking out.
Okay.
So you get that sense of like there's something out there, you know, because that's what you would do, right? Then this dog, he is going to know the direction because he's a dog. So I might have the dog sort of starting to look over here. Like maybe he hasn't got it all figured out yet, but like maybe he's starting to look over here. His ears are up like that, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Because that's what they always do. And maybe he's sort of, no. Yeah, you could just keep him where he's just kind of casually laying here so far because he doesn't know what's going on yet. And then, I don't know, maybe I'd put, hang on. I might put the kids sort of leaning out. With the lantern.
Okay.
And then maybe this kid, he's got his other hand on the ground. His knees are here. And then maybe the other kid's sort of a little bit behind him, like kind of both of them sort of looking out, and this guy's got the lantern, right? That also gives me a nice dynamic flow like that. You know, and he's like here. Maybe he's got his hand on the guy's shoulder, on the other person's shoulder. And then they're both sort of here with their knees down. Maybe this knee's up like that, and this one's down, which would be nice. Because that would look like he's kind of nervous enough where he's about to get up, and then maybe this hand is down on the ground. And then this one can just be behind him. And then it's a, you know, big wide eyes. Mine looks like an adult, not a kid. Maybe he's got a baseball hat on. This is way out here. And then I do one of those cool old, like, camping lanterns.
Okay.
And then what really be cool is then you have this light here, and you can light the front of these kids up with warm light, right?
Right.
Which would be super cool. So there's his hand there. There's his other hand. Here's his shirt. Maybe they got jackets on. You know, and then this. I would put probably a rope and a little stake there. And then they got this one back here. Again, I might put a hand on the ground like they're all sort of about to jump up. You know how you do that? Like you're like, put one knee up because you're going to jump up.
Right. And
Like with her, you're not going to really see it.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter. This is a nice unit right here, all the way down to the dog. So we're getting this kind of forward thrust that way, which I like kind of. You know, and this is cool. I wouldn't pull that out probably so much. However that goes. I don't know how that works. I can't remember. You know, maybe a big pull fold there. And then this guy, what's he doing?
He's just kind of timid. He wants to ask for help.
Okay, so I might design this little sapling tree to make it a little ridiculous. And let's do this. Let's see if we can do this.
Yeah.
Crap, I drew on the wrong page. Oh. So let's go. I would probably have him whatever he looks like. I'm drawing a dinosaur for some reason. Let's see what yours looks like. Okay. I'll draw him a little more ape-like. But maybe doing like leaning out from behind the tree where he's got a hand here and a hand here, and he's not really hiding at all. You know what I mean? I don't know why I can't think of what a Bigfoot looks like. You got one arm here and one arm here, whatever is, and then his big, stupid Bigfoot feet.
Yeah.
Which maybe you're pointing inwards a little bit, like just a little that way, because that feels a little more fearful and not so confident. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
And his arm is here. And, it's ridiculous. He's behind this little sapling. Obviously, he's not hiding from anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Then, maybe I design a little of that. Maybe there's a bush behind him. And now we're starting to get a little more of a narrative. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
And then here, these stools, I would make them those camping stools, those three-legged stools.
Oh, yeah.
This is good. This little, make sure your ellipses, and I know this is a rough, make sure your ellipses are good. It's too big, but oh well. I usually, like, instead of putting that up like that, I put it like that. The little handle, when they're not being used, they just go down on the side. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that makes more sense.
And then I fatten this up and make it a little more kid. Oops. And a little more readable. That's too big, but you get the point, right?
Yes.
And then a little bit of this. Maybe a line or two, blah, blah, blah. And then all this, you know, so you got now the fire. Again, it's going to be another light source. So that could, it doesn't necessarily have to be still lit. Maybe this is just embers down here. It depends. And the reason I'm saying that, so I'm going to get a really nice light source against those kids off that lantern. But I could have a little flyer over here actually be fine. And then what's nice is it's going to cast probably sort of radiating shadows around things, which is kind of interesting.
Okay.
And then in here, I'm going to probably go pretty dark. And why am I doing that? Because I want to set up everything to light from this and this.
Would there be moonlight also in the back, or?
Yeah, what I would use that for is like these kids are going to catch warmth, and then everything over here for the most part, and like this, and like I would do a, here's the moon. Oops. Damn it, Camille. You guys can't see what I'm moving, but it's super annoying. Okay. No, and now there's that. Okay, there. And then I want to clear this. Okay, what I would do is he's going to catch a little bit of warmth from the fire and stuff, just a little bit. It's going to fall off quite a bit. And then his back right here, I'd save it. I did it in that video I sent you guys of the bear I did, where I saved a little sliver of white there. And then I would put a little bit of a blue reflected edge light on the side of him. So everything that went away from the light, like even this stuff, like this shovel and stuff, where it goes away from the warm light, I key light some of it with a cool light on the back to indicate and it's going to give you a really beautiful, warm, cool thing. And it'll just give you a really cool, warm, cool thing, and it'll speak to the moonlight and speak to the firelight and the lantern light. Does that make sense?
Yes, but what color would the lantern light be? Would it be a warm or a cool, or?
It would be, what I usually do is I dance a little, okay, it goes like this. I'm going to do this here. I'll do it for you in watercolor later. But so if I have all this blue in here, God, I hate the way they organized the palette now. It sucks. So I don't like that. So I'm going to go here. The trick with light, in my opinion, and this kind of light, this kind of warm light, is that I can go, let's find a decent brush here. And I'm going to show you guys how to do this with paint. Okay, I'm just doing this real quick because this is just the concept of it, not the traditional, but I basically do it the same way. But let's go. Let's see what this does. That's good enough. So I always say it goes hot, hot, hotter, this kind of fire. So let's go a little red. Then I'm going to go a little more orange as it gets a little hotter. I don't like that brush, you know. Yeah, it's a little bit. And then hottest is I'm starting to go to my really warm yellow. It's got to be warm. And you can already see how that works just from a three-step process, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then I'm going to go, in this case, I would do this in paint. Then I go and I kind of soften this stuff. And see how we start to get a flame?
Yes.
Now I can also go, if this is a screaming hot interior, I could give it a little bit of white like that. That really lights it up. Just a little bit. And then the last thing I usually do, if this is like a campfire or any kind of fire, I give it little embers burning off of it. Now I'm going to come in here with the eraser. I'm going to knock some of these down because they're too big. And then I'm also, see how I knock this one back so they feel like they're, some of them are sparkling and coming forward.
Nice. Yeah.
And then I might come in and grab another color. Then I'll pull a couple right off of the flame. I'll knock a couple of them back. And I start to get a flame. Yeah?
Yes.
Now we can do the same thing with watercolor. I'll show you how to do that, okay? But that's the basic theory behind it. Hot, hotter, hottest, right?
Right.
So when you're doing a lantern, what you're going to do is kind of the same thing. So you've got your lantern. What's going to happen with your lantern is it's going to go black, but it's going to go pretty dark. If you've ever looked at, there's a light source, whatever's sort of behind, especially at night, whatever's sort of behind it and around it, a lot of times, if it's like behind it or whatever, it'll go really dark, okay? So in this case, I might go, I'm still going to do the same thing. I want to dance. Let's put this here. So here's my lantern, let's say. And the front of this would catch a little bit of light. In here, I want to do the same thing. I want to dance the light around a little bit in here. I don't want it to just be one color. So I'm going to take the same idea and sort of break up the color a little bit in here. And here I'm just going to dance it around. It's going to be a little brighter right there next to the source. I want it a little more orange. And then let's get a little bit of that yellow. I'll put the yellow in more towards the lighting source. And I'm breaking it up a little bit, the shapes a little bit, so it'll feel a little more, you know, and this one for sure, I'd put a little white hot heat thing here. Hang on. Oops. And it could spill, let's leave it like that. It could spill out on the front here a little bit. But that's probably, and maybe on this little edge a little bit. Then I would go back to here and I put my little cage over it. And I got a lantern, right?
Yeah, looks good.
So hot, hot, hotter, right? You can easily do this with watercolor. I'll show you. And you can even work a few blues in there once in a while. You ever sit by a campfire and look at a campfire? It'll get a little bit of blue in there once in a while. Gas stoves obviously are blue, blah, blah, blah. Okay.
All right.
And then what we're going to do from a lighting perspective is then you have, let's get this color. What happened to my, so irritating. Let's just get a quick, let's say the kids are here. It's holding the lantern. This is going to get, it's going to cool off, but I don't want to look for it right now. That's weird. Hang on. Oh, that's weird. You know, this is going to cool off. This is too warm, but that's what it's basically going to do. And then the kid, so here's their eyes. Then the kid I'm going to light with some of this. Not that hard, but I'm going to light that kid a little bit over here. And some of that. Front of his shirt. And then it's going to fall off to a darker value back here. Does that make
Correct.
sense?
Yes, it does.
And again, I'll walk you through the doing that in paint, okay? But the theory is that.
All right.
And always remember, this is your light source here or here. So that means it sort of drops off a little bit right immediately because it's not the light source. So when it hits the person or something, it's going to drop off because it can't be as light as the light source.
Okay.
The light source has to be the strongest thing. So that's what I would do kind of here. And then I think you have a pretty good scene.
Okay, great. That's good.
And then back here, by the way, these trees, make sure, again, I'm going to say this over and over again, make sure they're nicely designed, but the trees, I would kind of, oops. The hell's my brush at? There it is. That's weird. It shouldn't be there. It should be up here. Okay. The trees, I would go probably just really simplify them. So they probably, this would become a lot of silhouetted stuff. I put some going in front of the moon a little bit. So these are all just sort of nice silhouettes back here. I'd bend a few of them. And then all that sky's coming through there. You know, it could be a very repetitive sort of backdrop. You know, and then, you know, you're getting multiple light sources here, so it'll get a little tricky that way. But, you know, because the moon's going to cast these out like that. I probably wouldn't do that. I might, though, if I could make it work. Because the moon might cast out these sort of radiating shadows like that. But, you know, you got to see if you can make it work. Little grass here. Okay. And then I might also, you know, that goes in front of the moon. So you get an over, this could go in front of the moon. And then he's going to get, like I said, a real strong blue moonlight rim light on it.
Okay.
Okay. At noon, I will take a break, and then I'm going to kind of throw some stuff up here I want to talk about. I didn't used to do breaks in any of these classes, and that's kind of brutal. Oh, this is the one I like. Where are you at? Where's Janice?
Hello.
What do you think?
I was just transferring it over to traditional.
Don't do that until I've approved it.
Okay.
Because now okay, so I think all these animals need a dose of stylization and design over them. Like this guy, you know, I don't know. There's a lot of things you could do just by bending the trunk a little bit. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Oops. You know, you got the big, probably want to do something with the ears. And they have that little thing there. And maybe the other hand is over here, and this will just go into silhouette, maybe. Just something like that, right? Same thing with this guy. Like, is a dog, right?
Yeah.
You know, go big. Like this, I would give it a little bit of because you're kind of looking down at him. I'd probably make this a little bigger. And then this, you just go, and then you just follow these in.
Okay.
I'd probably put his foot tucked under there. A little more like that. And then this has to get much bigger.
Okay.
You know, you want to make a big statement. They're in the circus. They're making a big statement, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I want to put this hand a little forward. I've got him a little bit, his body a little 3/4 this way. I'd have to tweak that a little bit because his face, if I was doing that, his face would actually be a little more like that, and I'd see the other eye a little more. But that's not a big deal.
Okay.
Stylization. This one, what is this here?
It's a snake and a mouse.
Okay, so we really got to say snake, right?
Mm.
However that is. Maybe it's a cobra. I don't know. And then I like to use, I don't think a cobra is a good idea. And then the mouse too. The mouse has got to make a big, maybe I see his nose, you know, he's a little more mousy, a little more readable. Mine's not good, but you get the point.
Okay.
And then I'd probably have his leg, you know, maybe you did, you know, kind of sitting out here like that. Maybe I still haven't got it worked out. I'm showing too much 3/4 view when it should be actually more this way.
Mm.
Maybe his, you know, his hands are here. Just I'd play with that. And I'd make this needs a dose of stylization. The cat also, you know, they kind of do a little more of that. It feels a little more cat-like, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a little fur breaking there. Maybe a little fur breaking here. See how it feels a little more cat-like already?
Mm.
Same thing here. Might make that collar a little bigger. So I want to have enough room to really read it. And then I'd probably have that come out a little more. And then the same thing with these guys. What are these here? Is that his juggling pins?
Yeah.
Again, so what's happening here is that everything's sort of not unified together. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, maybe this guy, this lion guy, maybe it's a little bigger, however that works. And then this probably is going to need maybe it's another color in there. And then they usually have some sort of design on these things.
Yeah.
So that'll look a little more interesting.
Mm-hmm.
These are fine. Although I look at those, I don't know what they look like in real life. These I would define a little more, or I think I might, I don't know how I'd handle these. I'd probably make them a little more, much more stylized, a little beefier. Then you have this back here. Then you have this. There's no people there?
It's more like a practice thing. I was just gonna, when I watercolored it, I was gonna add detail via watercolor.
You're gonna what?
I was gonna add detail via watercoloring.
That's a bad idea. Because you want to know what you're gonna do, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you're super experienced, that's one thing. But even I'm doing a finished illustration, I want to make sure I know where I'm going. You know, now there might be a section like that where I go, I'm going to spatter that, and I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and I kind of know how I'm going to handle it. Then it's fine. But if you're going to add quote unquote detail in there, you could wreck an entire painting because you didn't plan it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and then, you know, we probably want to break up this edge with something like maybe there's a clown car over here. And I can even see a couple of clowns all crammed in there. And see what these things, you know, because it'd be kind of funny if they're also sitting there and it's like 70 guys, you know, that old shit. 30 guys get out of a clown car, which I always think is hilarious. I know it's you know, because they all come out all wacky and they're all running around. They just keep coming out, you know.
Yeah.
Which probably speaks to my age. And again, probably not very interesting to younger people. You know, maybe one of them's looking out a little bit. However that works. What I'm trying to do really is break this edge a little bit and put some more interesting stuff back here. So that's just the first one that popped into my head. I don't know what kind of cars they look like. They probably look really stupid. I don't remember. Then they have the clown come out on a little tiny bike. Have you guys ever seen all this stuff? And the guy
I've only seen it in like
bike that was like this big. Okay. And if there's a way to sort of unify, like maybe one more animal here, maybe that's sort of just simple. But then if I can get like maybe one more overlap here, maybe, then this whole unit right here becomes an actual unit. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So what we don't want, and it's already starting to a little bit, what we don't want is everything to feel like floating disparate elements. Yeah?
Okay.
So, you know, the more you can kind of throw a level of style over it and, you know, unify them as much as you can. Like maybe one more thing here. I don't know what. A lot of times I just throw shapes down, then I figure it out later. And I just go look at a circus. I go circus rehearsal, and I go look at a circus rehearsal and go, what's there? And then all this stuff out here is going to be dark, and the shaft of light's going to really be the light, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I think you could design this when we get to color.
Mm-hmm.
You could design this, you know, this whole thing. I think we talked about this. See how much of the line you can rely on, and then we can just hit it with some like reflected lights and things like that, but not really go crazy overboard, right? Because it'll really emphasize this guy. And this guy, it's not too bad. I like the way that leg comes towards us. That's pretty cool. I might, okay, so here's another thing. Make sure that you really design out this shoe. Love that little calf indication in there. And then this one too. So this one has to be, just has to feel finished. Where's his arms at?
He has no arms.
Is that his problem?
Kinda, yeah.
I'm liking all this. I might make this bow or this little ball a little bigger.
Okay.
I might use that to break the edge a little bit, those points.
Mm-hmm.
Then he's going to get probably a downcast shadow, probably. Okay, and it's starting to pick up a little. And then these out here, if they're just going to be seats, they just got to be fairly uniform. Not totally, but kind of. And by the way, those seats, that's probably all right. They feel a little big to me, but that's probably because this car's here. You got to make sure, by the way, if you put in something like a clown car, it's got to really scream clown car. Like this is probably too big. Probably needs to be a little smaller. It needs to be probably a lot wackier. Like they probably look really silly. Because you got to make sure somebody doesn't go, wait a minute, like even my brain's doing it right now where I'm looking at the seats and I'm going, those seats look huge because there's a car sitting here. So the car's telling my brain like, well, those are huge seats because that's a car. Well, it's not a regular car. It's a little tiny car. So you got to make sure that those things are reading correctly.
All right.
Plus, I just like the idea of a bunch of clowns in a car. I just think that's fun. Well, it's supposed to be fun, right? Okay.
Okay.
That's pretty simple, I think.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Where's Jenny?
I'm over here.
I can see you. You there?
Hello?
Yeah?
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
What are we thinking?
Oh, this is supposed to be a mouse going home in the rain.
Okay.
He's holding a little leaf umbrella.
Here's what I would do. It's the same thing. You're going to hear me saying the same thing kind of over and over again, probably, because everybody usually has sort of the same problems. Always do that. So what kind of day is this for this mouse? They're just coming home in the rain? Is he happy?
Yeah. I mean, I guess he's happy since he's going home.
I know he has a leaf or something. I'm just gonna do it as an umbrella for now. So I might try and figure out how he's stepping. Just in a real big kind of way. I always just start off with these really simple kind of things. And then, like, you know, how's he holding this thing? Is he holding it like that? You know, is there a hand? Is there a hand on his, you know, where would that be? Right here. Like here. Is that his hand? And then this leaf thing is here. And I want to get some sort of sense of motion here.
Okay.
And sense of design with the mouse, that's got to really be tricked out. God, I do that all the time, damn it. Let's get rid of this guy. I don't need him anymore. So then I got to figure out he's happy. And obviously I got to design him. But right now I just want to sort of get some idea going. Maybe this comes down a little bit. He's walking. But this, I want to make this much more interesting. Maybe it comes down. And he's a mouse, so it depends on how big this tree is. I know it could be a smaller tree, that's fine.
Yeah.
But this, you know, I want to get some of this cool little roots, probably, and then I'd probably do some sort of little porch out here. He's got his little opening right there. And then maybe this comes down. He's got a little stairwell or stair steps. Then maybe a little railing. His little planks on his door. And then maybe this thing is some other natural element. Maybe it's another leaf. Who knows, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it could just be, you know, he made it out of, you know, these could be twigs he made it out of. But I like to have a little bit of, I mean, that's just me. I like to have a little bit of like construction in there. Then maybe this is just like roots, and then this. And then I'd probably come up with some cool little, what do you call that? Grain or bark. You know, maybe it's little things. You know what? My line just went dead. Hang on. Oh, no, I didn't. And then, you know, he's walking home. Maybe he's got a little bag. Some grass. More grass. He's going home, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's get a little more, I'd have to push this probably a little more. These guys would have to relate to each other more in a design sense. Hang on. So this guy, I'd have to, you know, he actually feels like he should be like there because he's sort of walking this way.
Yeah.
But you can change that. I would actually angle this a little more this way. That way I could put him over here a little more.
Yeah. Okay.
Where he doesn't feel like he's walking not into it. I want to make sure it looks like he's walking into it. And then, you know, back here, I'd probably just simplify whatever. Like, you don't want to probably do 10 billion leaves back here.
Yeah.
You want to go, you know, if you're going to do, you know, show some trees, you want to put that tree shape back there. You know, and then you could probably just do some simple, you know, leaf things and simplify it and stylize it.
Yeah. Okay.
What I usually do is I do that and then I'll drop it into a value. Do it like that. Drop it into a value, so on and so forth. Okay. And then I'll put some indication of bark, some of this. You know, if they're back there. And what I'm going to do also, if they're back there, I'm going to probably just turn them into sort of silhouette ideas. So it pops all my foreground information and just becomes a silhouette in the background.
Okay.
That all make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, good. There's a woman who does, damn it, let me see if I can find it real quick. And then I got to give you guys a break. Hang on. Oh, let me see if I can find this real quick. I can't remember her name. Oh, I think I remember. Oh, shit. Hey, where's your people you follow list on Twitter? Anybody know? No? Hang on.
If you go to your profile, you can click on following and it should show you the list.
Okay, hang on. Because I know she's in my Twitter. Come on. There it is. And I don't see it. Maybe I'll find it on the break. Geez, how can it be this hard to find this? Oh, here it is. Should be in here.
Mike, is it Jana Mattia?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like you just throw that out there and you go, okay. She's not coming up here though. How do you spell it? Do you know?
Let me see, I just had it up. Let me pull it up again. Janna, I think.
Yeah. And then what's Mattia?
Mattia.
Oh, M-A. Super cool that it doesn't find that, even though I was only one letter off. So this person does a lot of this type of work. I like her work. Okay, a lot of very, what's the word? Super traditional children's book kind of thing, right? And what's interesting is somewhere in here, super, I love this stuff, okay? But what's interesting, so she's going for a very naturalistic kind of look. If I can find this. Okay, so it's Janna Mattia, hang on. Oh, did she do a Smokey the Bear thing? That pisses me off. I want to do one of those. Okay, so if you look at a lot of her stuff, it sort of starts like this. Now you can wash watercolor right over that and you've got a painting started, okay? Because there's all the, I mean, it's such a great drawing. It's sort of loose. It's not overly finished. It's got a bunch of texture. So your watercolor is just going to assume all those values right underneath it. Does that make sense? Really smart way to work, I think. Okay. It's also fun. If you love drawing, it's really a fun way to work. That's cool the way she put these in there. That's really cool. These are great. She's a really cool one to look for or look at. Okay, if you like this sort, like what we're just looking at with the mouse, right? If you want to go in that direction, this is great. I mean, they're all great. She's using the watercolor like a, you know, for this line work, which is basically emulating her pencil work. You can see she does a lot of line work in there, right? Almost hatching kind of. Anyway, she's great at it. I'll link her. Look at these birds. Look at this guy. Right? I just saw a bunch of quail in front yesterday. I love seeing quail, especially when you see the mom and all the little ones are going behind her. Okay. All right. It's noon. I should give you guys a break. I only have I only have a few to go through, and then I'll talk about this pencil thing. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I'm going to give you guys a half hour. Is that good?
Yes.
So around 12:35. Okay? I'm just going to leave my stuff on. I'm just going to mute everything. Where's Curtis at? You here?
Here. Sorry.
There he is. You there?
Yeah.
Okay, what's going on here?
Same basic concept as the initial.
Is what?
As the initial drawing.
Which I don't remember exactly what it was. What was it?
It was an alien gets a child for Christmas.
Okay, we talked about this where it could be that scene that kind of explains it a little better. Right?
Yeah.
So it's not just ghosts. I mean, I don't know, or you know, aliens right now. Those aren't kind of reading to me. Where we talked about it being sort of like the aliens or the parents and giving the kid like they do a puppy or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Because right now I wouldn't know what's going on. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So get it designed, okay? And I wouldn't work this big yet. It looks like you're working pretty big. When you work big, man, you're working against yourself. Because your brain is going to go to, I'm doing a finished drawing, and today I don't really care about finished drawings. I care about them being refined. So by next week we can be in finished drawings. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so stage it up a little better, right? And also don't do things like this with these it's kind of cheating. You know what I mean? Like you're going to have text in there anyway. So I don't think you need this stuff because all it's telling me is she's questioning something and this person's, there's an exclamation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then this guy is cut off for some reason. Okay. And also, like, if you're going to do aliens, you got to design them like more, you know, so I know what they are, right? And I would jump off the cliff with that, man. I designed the hell out of the aliens. Oh, here, this one's not cut off. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I get them staged up. So we have more idea of what's happening. And if you need to go one-on-one with me this week, tell me. If anybody needs to go one-on-one with me this week, tell me. And this week, I'm going to actually try and start doing the 1 day a week meeting, the extra one. I've had too many meetings this week, and then today I have 2. I just found I have 2 meetings today, which I didn't know about. Which is kind of annoying. Okay, Leonie.
Yes, I'm here.
Am I saying that right?
Yes.
Okay, it's getting better. That's what I want. Okay, so like here, you guys can see my screen, right?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. This, like this, really make sure that feels designed. Make sure that feels really designed. I might, again, I might give it a little more of that cat. It's a cat, right?
Yes, it's a cat.
I might give it a little more of that little furry stuff on the side here. Give it a little indication of that whole little cat unit right there. Doesn't need that much.
Okay.
I might give it a little cheek mask right there. Makes it a little cuter. And then this is suds on her head.
It's a bubble.
Yeah. So that's good. Design that. And then here and there, I might put one. Maybe one popping. And then I do that thing where they double up on each other, kind of like that. So make sure it feels very bubbly. Mine's too symmetrical right there. I get it asymmetrical, a little more asymmetrical.
Okay.
I might heavy up the top to indicate a eyelash, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just gives it a little more interest. I like to put a little thing there. I like the hands. I think the hands or the arms are really good. Might put one little finger there. Structure this up a little. And also I might do another graphic page here.
Okay.
Like just maybe one like that. Then this. I might give that a little more, let me see if it works. A little more curve to it. Like that. So it's not just spiraling, right?
All right.
Then more, make sure these bubbles are really designed. Every now and then one's coming up. There's that. I put the other arm back here maybe. Maybe that one just goes into silhouette, so it pushes the front one. And then what's this behind her?
Actually, is a pillow. Like.
Oh, okay.
Body.
Okay, then I might make it look a little more pillowy. Right?
Okay.
Everything has to be described really clearly, even in a drawing or a painting. But once you go to painting, those things have to be very clear where they separate and what they are. Okay, because especially when you start going to color, it can all sort of merge together and people don't know what's going on. So everything has to sort of separate and read. Okay.
Okay, got it.
And then here, I got to make sure that this is really reading as a window. Get that a little more structured. I'm going to see probably, depending on where the camera is, I'm going to probably see a little bit of the thickness of this. And I probably design this up a little more and then probably simplify this, whatever you call it, grain. And again, I might pull, and you can keep these round if you want. I just tend to try and go off graphic shapes that I think are going to work. Again, I might make the top of the eyes a little heavier just so I get a little bit of eyelash idea there. And that one should stay really simple like it is. And then this is round. It's a is this a basket?
Yes, rattan basket.
So let's put that like that. I'm going to round that a little bit. But like this is the right idea, but I would go bigger. So I would go we'll go with a bigger idea of that. So
okay.
You don't have to do it everywhere. Just a little bigger. And then these, I think, kind of wrap around. I think you can look at it. And then make sure I see the other side of the basket a little bit. And this one's sleeping.
Yeah, sleeping.
I like to put that little indication at the top of their snout. You don't have to, but it helps. And then this one's meatloafing, right? Then I might have the tail. You have the tail coming out a little bit. That's fine. I might have it curve a little bit around so it covers over something. And then is this a plant right here?
Oh, it's a towel.
Oh, it's a pillow?
Towel.
What is that? Spell it.
Towel.
Oh, a towel.
Yeah, sorry.
It's a towel?
Yes.
Then I would, I don't know if you need that.
Because I'm confused. I was gonna put it by the mirror or over there.
I think if I'm going to do a towel, it's got to read more as a towel. So, you know, is there some place like in this environment, I might go, maybe she's got a little wooden, you know, with little wooden towel rack, and then I'd have the towel hanging over the rack with the real clear, like this is a towel pattern. Does that make sense? And then the back here.
Okay.
Right, because it's got to read as a towel. Now, it could be hanging on the wall back here, too. You could have a hook here, and the towel's hanging back here. But, like, fold it over on itself in a really simple way like that.
Okay.
And then put maybe, like, again, some kind of pattern here. That way I just know it's, you know, and then maybe this goes a little silhouetted. And then it'll read a little better. Okay?
Okay.
Let me get rid of this one. Shit, I screwed up. And then I would simplify. Hang on. Screw it. It was on the wrong layer. Well, there we go. This, oops. This, that's like, is this coming down like a trunk?
Yes.
Oh, I see. I would design that however I want to design it. But also, like if you're going to do a tree, I would simplify it. Like we were talking about earlier, I think. And then I come up with some sort of simple graphic solution for the grain. You know, I might do a big knot, you know, swirl for a knot. These might come down and do something like that. Just real simple, right?
Okay.
One of the things I like, look, this is vector, so it's a little different, but not really. Let's see what she does. She does a lot of trees and stuff. This is, yeah, that won't work though. You know, this is very simple. That's a little too hatchy, I think, but you can also get really designy with it. Hang on. You see how clever he's getting with these back here?
Yes.
This is more like I can't think of the an aspen tree or whatever it has that. Then look at these. Oops. Keeps jumping for some reason. Hang on. Anyway, he's coming up with sort of graphic solutions for these things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here. I don't know why it's jumping back like that. It's annoying. Here. He's doing them this way where they're getting those rings around it or whatever. But I mean, there's a bunch of different ways to do it, right?
Right.
Okay. Okay, and then we got a few things on, what's this down here? Is she, okay, so then we got some more of this down here, which is cool. Another thing I might do here is maybe, so you got some spilling out over here, right?
Yeah.
I love that. You know, be clear, make sure these feet are clear. And the feet, by the way, on the tub, I might make them little cat paws.
Oh, that's good idea.
Hang on. You know, the little clawfoot thing. So you can do a little cat paws. And then this, what's this here?
It's a soap.
Okay.
Soap and leaf.
Yeah, I might just do that as a standalone, just a bar of soap. And, you know, it could have carved into it soap. And then that would have some suds around it, right? And what's this here?
Bottle shampoo.
Yeah, so then I might go, what does this bottle shampoo look like in this universe? What's this made out of?
Like a soft plastic.
Oh, it is plastic.
Sorry.
It is plastic?
Yes.
Okay. Then I might make it look a little more bottle-like if it's going to be, or maybe I make it a little glass bottle. Like a little more charming glass bottle, like more of an old world, like apothecary jar or something like that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And then here, maybe I might put a little pool of water, you know, a little puddle of water. And then some suds on that, maybe. And then this is a mirror up here, right?
Right, mirror.
I might make that a little more. I feel like it needs something there, but I'm not sure. You don't want to overstuff it. I don't know. You know, maybe there's something here. But this one, I'd probably make a little more. Maybe there's just a little bit of, maybe not. I'm not sure. I might make it a little more of a frame for this, for the mirror. And then show the shoulder a little bit. The bubbles too can be a little wobbly. They could be a little bit here and there. They could be a little bit wobbly.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. They do go perfectly round actually when I think about it. But sometimes they'll kind of wobble a little bit as they're going up. Okay, does that all make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so it's do you see what it is? It's just refining, right? Designing and refining. Hey, David.
Yeah.
Are we interrupting music time?
Oh no, it's just something. It's just something so I can like. I'm one of those people who like kind of like need something to like doodle or fiddle around with, or else I kind of lose my concentration.
Doodle's
All right.
fun. Okay, Lily Sanchez, where you at? I'm almost done here.
Here, sorry.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mike.
no color.
Okay, got it. Sorry.
It's like then you waste a bunch of time on color. We're gonna get to color, okay?
Okay.
And I get everybody wants to jump to color, but these are sequential, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's a different project because you said I had to work on it, so I submitted 3, kind of like reworked, and
I know, but they're sequential, right? And they've got verbiage. These are sequential. We don't want sequential. We want a 2-page spread, correct?
okay, yeah. I tried to email you because I was a little unclear, but I never got a response.
What's the name here? Lily? I don't remember getting one from you. Let me see. I mean, it's in under assignments, I think. It's under assignments, 11 by 17, 2-page spread. And I even put the spread, correct?
Yeah, but I wasn't sure what to do for this week.
Hang on. Well, okay. In that case, then you just go back to the Zoom meeting, which is online, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I put a lot of it out there on purpose because I want to make sure. I mean, I don't care if you contact me, that's fine too, if you're still having trouble with it. But I mean, I put it in a lot of places. And we go through it, and we're going through everybody's, and we're going, everybody's doing this. So I'm not quite understanding where sequential came from.
The previous week, you told some of us to rework on it, on some of our ideas. So I submitted those.
I know,
and
but
these
what
are
I'm
the
asking
ones.
is where the idea sequential came from. I understand that I asked you to work on them. I get that. But it's not a 2 pages, right? You could probably take one of these and use that. I wouldn't use these. I wouldn't use these. I think the panda one's the one that you might have some single pages in here you could do like this, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Or I think this one. That could work as a 2-page spread. Yeah?
Okay, so we're
But
calling
what we
that
got to
one.
do now is say what? Go ahead.
Huh?
It sounded like you were going to say.
I was just agreeing.
Oh, okay. But what I would do and try and get this done quick is now you've got to go in. So now you got an idea. Now you got to come in here and actually design that spread, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like get these characters designed up. What's in the background, which could be bamboo or whatever you want. That's fine. Whatever you want. But these guys really got to get designed. Whatever that is. And they're playing bamboo flutes?
No, they're eating it.
Oh, they're eating? I thought they were playing flutes. I like that idea.
That's a cool idea, though.
No, you can steal it if you want. Because it'd be fun to draw this bamboo in some fun stylized way. And bamboo bulges. You know, and then you get the little holes in it. And that kind of thing. You know, and then you can have a cool little hand gesture, you know, like that or whatever. Ask Camille. She plays bamboo flute. She's first bamboo flute with the Philadelphia Orchestra. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah. So you want two redesigned, I guess.
No, I just redesigned this one
Oh, okay.
because I think this can work just on its own. You know, you got to get all this stuff worked out. You know, how are these guys designed? Now it's got to get much more specific. Still don't like that. I got to figure out where his foot is. And maybe he's got some big hand gesture. So on and so forth, okay? And I would just keep the background fairly simple. I think it can just be focused on these two guys.
Okay.
And just work it up to about that big, and then you can go bigger. But make sure, you know, you're working fairly small, because you got to work kind of small when you're working these out. When you work too big, it just starts getting away from you. Okay?
Yeah,
okay, so
okay, thank you.
So that one, okay? Hey, Susie, where are you?
I'm in the backyard with the dog.
Is it Brea or is it, you go back and forth, right?
Yeah, I'm in Brea.
Oh, you're in Brea.
Right.
Is it hot down there?
No, it's pretty pleasant right now. So I don't
Is it
know.
overcast?
Probably maybe 80.
Is it overcast?
It was. Well, it was the smoke. Little blue peeking through. How about you? What's it like up in the mountains?
It's super overcast. It's pretty cool. It's getting
Yeah.
a little warmer, but it's pretty cool. But I can't figure out if it's overcast or if it's smoke, because we're now only about 9 to 12 miles from the fire now.
Ugh.
Because it's if it jumps to 330, then it's starting to go this way. And I don't think it's jumped to 330 yet. It jumped to 38, but it's heading towards Big Bear.
Oh man.
But I heard that last I heard, I think they had 32 or 38% containment on it. That's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
You know, they're going to go full press to keep it out of Big Bear because that's a whole city, obviously.
Right.
But it's just that thing's a rager, man. That El Dorado. What's weird is, go ahead.
Well, I was driving out to the desert Saturday or Sunday night, see it off in the distance. It's really eerie.
Somebody's got their mic on. What was I gonna say? Shit, I lost my train of thought. Total senior moment, man.
Fires.
I had it right on deck. No,
we're on fires.
I can't remember.
I can't help you. I have those.
It'll pop into my head. It'll pop into my head. But they're I don't know. My girlfriend keeps going like, "We better be ready to evacuate." And I go, I just don't think it's going to come up here, but who knows? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I sure hope not.
Where's Megan?
I am right here.
Which Megan is this?
Megan Regenfuss. I've never been in one of your classes.
Oh, okay. I thought you might be this other brain. Okay, good.
No, I'm not.
We talked about these a little bit, right?
Yes, we did.
So you just pulled them up a little more?
Yeah. Just detailed them a bit more.
Okay, I think this one right here is cool.
Yeah, I like that one a lot better. I did the one on the left first, and then I drew the dragon down at the bottom. And I really like the dragon down at the bottom, so I kind of just put it in the picture.
That's exactly what I want you to do. Is, you know, like these are similar, but this one's better.
Yeah.
And then, you know, it looks like you're working out. Like I would really work out this little, you know, how this part is, you know, darker under here. Maybe it gets a little ripple, maybe. Like redesign it, right? Let me see if I can find this real quick. There's a couple of things. This is Charles Santor. And I know it's a little different type of thing, but look how he kind of hyper designs the foam on the surface. Do you see that?
Yeah. Looks really cool.
Yeah. So you always want to think like that. Like, how can I push the design even further? Right?
Okay.
And this guy always did that. This guy was a monster. Okay. You know, and then there's like God, I know there's some stuff. Oh yeah. Like if you look at, let's see if I can find it. And I know, and sometimes I pull from entertainment things. Obviously I want to stay away from that. I want to stay more sort of illustrative. Okay. But there's a lot of great artists that work in animation, so or concept, whatever, and I'll pull their stuff up as an example. I just want to make sure we stay kind of away from that world. Okay. We see it enough. Okay. There was a lot of stuff, if I can find any of it. I can't find it. But if you look at like the design for Aladdin, the first movie, right? Not that horrible piece of crap they made afterwards. But, they used a lot of and it's just an example of something, but they got to a point where like if there was smoke, like I don't know, maybe the lantern, you know, had smoke, it would become this like super arabesque line, you know, coming out of the research for that area, obviously, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like they would super design the smoke where it felt super arabesque, like a really beautiful arabesque line, right? Like to me, that's just always thinking another level of the design. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So I think these are great. Oh, and another thing, I know that I have a really graphic example of this. Hang on. I don't know if you guys know, by the way, the San Diego Zoo is open. Do you guys know that?
I didn't know that.
You can go
I
join
thought
them.
I thought it opened, but then I thought they just closed it immediately after again.
No, they're open as far. Last time I checked, they were open. That was just like, I don't know, last week or something.
Huh.
Let me find this real quick because I think it's actually worth looking at.
Should I try to make the dragon look like it's coming towards the shore?
In what way?
Just like swimming towards the shore, like in the ripples and
That's up to you. I put that in there just to talk about, you know, going another level on design. If he's just sitting there, you know, he might get a few things coming out. The way I'm drawing him, sort of like he's moving forward. That's up to you.
Okay.
I would argue, I mean, I could argue this either way. I mean, if they've been sitting there having a conversation for a while, then he's not going to have that forward motion, right?
Yeah.
Oh, this is so irritating. Hang on. Sorry, it's taking a long time to load. You gotta kind of let it load, so I'll give it a second. Sorry, I'm going through here. I'll find it.
Okay.
It's just a real simple graphic breakdown. Oh, here it is. You see that, the way he handled the alligator?
Mm-hmm.
So you could use the same kind of technique, right?
Yeah.
Simplify. When it goes down to here, it goes to silhouette, little white. And that could be all you need. Like he put a little bit too, if you look at it here. Gosh dang it, why is it doing it? But anyway, going from textured, more rendered out to more of a graphic silhouette. And then if you pull just kind of like you did here, or even this white line here, but if you pull this white line out over a little bit of this thing, it's really going to make that look like it's going underwater.
Okay, got it.
I always like that drawing because Norm was like really good at simplifying things like that. Because we'd go on field trips and, you know, that was at the zoo and stuff like that, right? Okay, so I've gone through everybody's, correct? I've gone through everybody's I have, right?
Yes.
I should have, I think 6 more. Wait, I have, oh no, wait. I should have 4 more. So I'm missing some people, okay? We have to stay on top of this, you guys, because I'm trying to get you guys to the color part and everything, but we have to go through this process. I know I've said this, but I have to reiterate it all the time because I know a lot of people, it's actually been really good in these classes. Everybody's been really good, but they're like, I want to get to color. It's like, okay, you can get to color and paint that horrible drawing, but it's not going to look good, okay? Plus, I want to roll you through like a more professional technique to going to finish. Does that make sense? Okay. Another thing, when I go on my webcam, I have to find where the preference is. It's gonna, when it goes on Zoom, it'll flip it, it'll reverse it. So just be aware of that. I have to, there's probably a preference I got to switch on it. I don't know why they would not do that themselves. Why would I want it backwards? I don't get that, but whatever. I'm sure it's a preference file. Oh, by the way, Megan, did that all make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay, what we should be starting, what we should be going to next week. Is finalizing these. Okay, what I'd like next week is to have pretty close to a finished drawing. Then I'm really going to start jumping into color. I want to jump into Camille. Have I showed you how to do color comps?
No.
Okay. I might print one out today and just go for it a little bit. All right. It's going to be a little head. I don't mind jumping ahead a little bit because what I don't want you guys to do is if I jump ahead and go, hey, I'm just going to kind of give you a heads up on how to do color comps. If I get to that today, I don't want you to go, oh, he wants color comps next week. Just look under assignments, and that's where I put everything. I didn't put it under assignments this week. I'm always trying to keep up on that. Main reason I put it, because some things I don't even care about assigning them as assignments, but it's better if I do so next week I remember exactly what we're supposed to be doing so there's no confusion. Okay. And these exercises are 10 points. You get them done, and they're 10 points. That's that. Okay. If they're late, they're not. If they're 1 minute late, I knock off half. If they're days late, it's a 0. I'm not going to bother with it. Okay. Okay, there's that. Okay. Okay, let me organize over here just real quick. Sorry, as soon as class starts, especially in this context, anybody know why Bluetooth, my Bluetooth mouse now, if I get it to connect, it unconnects in like 10 minutes. I can't figure out what's wrong with it. But it's super annoying. Okay, I'm going to start off doing this with just a little bear guy because I have that. And then I'm going to jump over to something else real quick. This is fairly simple. You guys can covet my lead point again. Stop coveting it, Camille. Stop it. Okay. Sorry, guys, I'm just getting this stuff together. Okay. So let's go to here. Okay, let me check the chat. But hey, is the Made in California show, can you go in? How'd they do that?
Yes, you can. They just opened, well, they were doing it by appointment for members, and then they opened it up yesterday and today. Just, we have that level now in Orange County.
That's usually a pretty
So
good
they're
show.
allowed. It's a great show, and they're taking it down tomorrow. So today's the last day, 1 to 5. $3 if you're not a Brea resident, maybe free if you're students. So. And a nice little gift shop.
Okay.
Where is it?
It's at the Civic Center right next to the Brea Mall.
Oh.
So you park underneath right next to Embassy Suites.
Okay.
And you'll really be surprised. I think most people are the first time they visit that little gallery. The
It's a good
director's
gallery.
been doing great things. Yeah.
Who else does great
really
stuff?
good.
Fullerton Museum does great stuff. In my opinion. Okay, you guys can see my board, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what I started with for the other thing, okay? So it's just what I have right now, so I'm using that. And then what I started doing is I start doing exactly what we've talked about. Let me find the other one. This one was obviously graphite because this was for inking, okay? So I didn't, wasn't worried about it, about the color of the whatever. But I start, so this is my doodle, okay? So I knew I had to do that demo, and I go, okay, I need something to demo, so I just did this doodle. I had this doodle. But then it's not, refined enough. So I start going, and this one's backwards, but I start going, let me grab my paper. And I'm using this, my roll trace, right? Cheap paper, but it's a really cool, I love this paper. Okay, so now we're going.
Mike,
Yeah,
are you able to make your screen full screen again?
you should be able to.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pin it. I think you pin it.
Yeah, you go up to those 3 little dots and you pin it.
See the 3 little dots in the right-hand corner? Like hover over your right-hand corner of the screen.
I do. I see it. I'll figure it out. Thank you.
Just hit pin it.
Okay.
Did it work?
I haven't found it yet. I found the 3 dots.
Okay, so click that. It'll drop down.
There's nothing that says pinning, but it's okay.
Pin video? It doesn't say pin video?
Mm-mm.
Okay, then it might be under, where is this? Ah, shit.
It's okay, Mike. You keep going. I don't want you to have to stop. It's no big deal.
All right, but you can see okay, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So let me grab a decent pencil here. So I got to refine this guy. So I throw a layer over this. And in this case, I go, I'm going to add, so I'm going to balance things. I'm going to come in here and super loose. I'm still staying super loose, okay? I'm going to put all these little indication and make sure you remember your pencil makes a lot of interesting marks going this way, dragging it, thinning it out, all that kind of stuff. Does that make sense? And I lean on all that when I'm doing this because I'm trying to keep this thing loose, nice and loose, right? Now, another thing I do, I'll do that in a minute. So let's say we got this and I'm going, okay, I'm going to put a little further. I'm going to indicate a little of this. I'm going to put this. I'm going to put a little more information on his feet. And then I'm going to go, okay, I'm going to put a little vest on him. This is going to wrap around a little bit. And I'm just going to start refining. Does that make sense? Yeah? Okay. And I'm going to keep refining, okay? So I kept refining this guy, and I just had to get him far enough, to start figuring out what I'm doing. And then I end up I end up with a drawing. Let's say I get it this far. And by the way, this back here, I knew these are just going to be silhouettes, watercolored silhouettes. Okay, that's why I didn't put a lot of time into them. I just filled them with silhouettes, and I go, okay, I like that. I'm not going to ink them. I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to be silhouette. And then I end up somewhere down the line with a little bit of a more of a finish. Is that, or a little, I've refined a little bit, right? And then what I'm going to do is at some point, this overlay that I'm doing, so let's just do this real quick. This overlay that I'm doing, I'm just going to do this. Let's say that this is starting to be refined. It's not, obviously, but. And I end up kind of with this guy, right? Let's say that this is somewhat finished, or, you know, heading towards finish. And I start to go, okay, he's starting to get balanced. Okay, let's say, I know this is nowhere near finished. Then I'm going to go, this way. I'm going to put this on here, and I might take a couple of draft dots. And I'm going to start working it this way. Does that make sense? So now I've got a new sheet. I'm starting to refine some more. Sometimes I will put sometimes I'll put another sheet in here to obscure it a little more so I can't quite see it as much. So again, and then I'm constantly going at it this way, jumping back this way, I'm trying to stay loose, okay? And then I do a lot of, like I'll come in here and do a lot of sort of interior marks. Edges. Like I like these interior marks. I want those in my finished drawing. They'll sort of disappear a little bit, but I like them in there. They sort of start to indicate volume and things, okay? So at some point I'm gonna do that. And by the way, in our case, we'd be doing this with our, if you want, you can do it with the brown pencil, okay? If you do it with the graphite pencil, I would say use a 2B, maybe a 3B, because it's going to be soft and it'll come off easier. Okay, so then I'm going to create this. I'm going to really ham fist this up right here. I'm going to come up with this idea of starting to, I've got my finish. And obviously, oh, another thing I do, you guys, is I do a lot of like I might go, I don't like this arm. Like I did do this actually in the final. This arm was like too close here, so I just sort of trace it out real quick on a different sheet of paper, and then I'll go, oh, I like it better like that. Then I'll tape this on here, and that becomes part of the drawing. Does that make sense? I might do the same thing with the head and like tilt the head, tilt it one way, tilt it this way or tilt, and I'll go, oh, I like it better. It gets more attitude with the head tilted. Then I take that little piece on here, and that's all the stuff that I end up scanning or copying. Okay, and then I end up with a little more finished version, right? But anyway, so at some point I build up this drawing, and let's say I get it to finish. And so now I have, in theory, I would have a backwards drawing, correct? Because I did the final backwards. And the reason that's important, let's make sure that this has a little bit of meat on it. And by the way, I don't want to go in and outline everything. I want to leave the drawing just like a beautiful drawing, the way it is. I don't want to go in now and go, well, I got to hit everything hard. No, I want to leave all my nuancy stuff in there, okay? Might put a little value in here. Maybe here to indicate like a little indication of it, even though I'm going cartoony. Maybe a little of that. All that kind of stuff, right? Just all my whatever you call it. I like this one better than the finish. Okay, so then I'm going to put this on my watercolor paper when it's finished. So this is my watercolor paper, let's say, right? Even though it's not. And this is real soft, this surface, so probably have to burnish it a little harder than normal. And then I always put...
I have a question, Mike.
Yeah.
Somehow I missed the whole point that you were doing this, the main part of your drawing backwards. So you're doing it in order to transfer it. So that would mean I'd have to draw everything reversed on
No, what I do is
that van and...
No, what I do is I start off normal. And as I work through the drawing, I always flip it anyway. I like to work on it reverse anyway, because it helps me balance things. So I might go back and forth, but my final one I want to have reversed. Yeah?
Oh, that
What's the
sounds
matter?
like a lot. That just sounds like, it sounds like so much.
No, it's not. It actually
work.
goes way fast. It goes super fast.
Okay.
Because I'm not redrawing over and over again. That's why I'll redraw a head, tear it off, change the pose, do the same thing with an arm, throw the arm back a little bit more. And then all I'm doing to some point is I'm just doing my final drawing. It doesn't take me that many passes.
Okay.
I mean, with experience, it doesn't take that many passes. And and it really doesn't make any more work for me because I'm going to sort of work this way anyway. Like I'm going to work backwards and forwards no matter what. The only difference here is I just go, okay, my final pass, I want it to be backwards. That's all. So, and I know that. So I'm heading towards that pretty early on. Okay.
Okay. I'll trust the process.
Okay. And then so I get this done. I usually put 2 sheets over it. And I'll talk about this a little more in a minute, Susie, why this is important to me anyway. And this is the only time I use these cheap ass yellow pencils. Okay. I keep these just for this. Let me get my awesome pencil sharpener. I don't want this real sharp. That's probably good enough. Okay, so I got 2 sheets here, and I'm just going to burnish this. And the reason I put 2 sheets is sometimes I'll bear down too hard and I'll rip a sheet. And the other thing I like about this is I can tell everywhere that I've already burnished. Oops. And I would just go through here and burnish the whole thing. And this is a really soft surface, so we'll see how it transfers. Yeah, it's transferring. So see how it's starting to transfer? Now, if I do it right, it'll get a nice, fairly clean. And then at the very end, I just come back in and I start reinforcing things here and there, whatever I need, and that's it. Does that make sense? Now, so that's what I would do with this one. You know, I could have it to this point, and on yours now, I don't know if it's seeing it on yours. On yours, it's probably reading correct. This is actually backwards. Okay, sorry, I got to figure out how to split that. Maybe I can do it in Premiere. I'll flip it. But like this is pretty good example where I'm like, okay, I just fix these little things in the back, and then I might start just doing and I might even do that already. I might just put a piece of trace on here, tape it down up here, and then I'll just start going and doing the corrections on this reverse thing, and then I'm heading towards finish. Because when I flip this, I just flip this. This is reading pretty good. It's not all out of balance when you flip it, okay? Which is, that's usually where it'll fall apart. Okay, that's usually where you'll see all the mistakes. hang on. Let me go here. Okay, now, the reason that's so important is because I want to keep, it's really important to me because my drawing to me is important, okay? Now, if I was doing certain types of other types of illustration, like maybe I was doing something that was just very deadline, you know, very flat, simple shapes, I probably wouldn't go through all this. But I want to keep all those spontaneous marks and all those sort of indication-y marks. It's hard to like recreate that after you do it. I mean, I can do it, but it's just, when I'm on the trace paper, I'm free, okay? Once I get onto the watercolor paper, I don't feel as free because now I'm heading towards finish. But when I'm on that trace, I'm super free. I try all sorts of things. And a lot of those happy accidents and all those kind of things, I want to keep in that final drawing. I want to keep, like this drawing that Camille did, I'd argue I want to keep that, all that spontaneity and all that in that, okay? And I want to keep as much of that value as I can. And it's not going to transfer like 100% as dark there, which is even kind of cooler because you're like, okay, it's sitting back a little bit. When I add color to it, it's going to darken up a little bit. So it's not going to go too dark. Does that make sense? And all those things are things you're going to learn on this first round of it, like how to adjust to things and all that kind of stuff. But like this technique, so I was talking about this last night because we were going over this in another class, illustration. And when I'm showing it to you, it seems like what Susie said, like that's a lot of blah, blah. It's really not. Basically, all I'm doing is I'm going at it, just normal, just going at it. And then I start to refine a little bit, and I go, this is starting to be the refined drawing now. I'm starting to head a little bit towards, I think, where it's going, finish. Then I go, okay, it looks pretty good. And then I flip the whole thing over and go, oh, that's, and then put another piece of trace over it maybe. And then I start fixing little off-balance things and design things. And usually in my case, because I've done this a lot of times, that's usually going to be my final usually. You know what I mean? And then if I kind of get that where I like it, then I flip it this way again, look at it and go, okay, now it's working both ways. Okay, now I can head to home. And once I head to home, then I just got to burnish it. And that's it. Okay.
Well, when you put that final piece of trace over after you flipped it, so don't you have to bring all those other details up to that final piece of trace?
It usually
that's reversed.
It usually happens. It's already happened. Depending on where I did that, because okay, so here's what usually happens. I head to finish and I don't even know I'm heading to finish. Like I know I'm getting this reverse version is pretty good, but like that's usually the one that heads to finish. And all of a sudden I look at it and go, oh, this is finished. And then it's already reversed. So I flip it and I transfer it and that's the end of it. Okay. I don't usually go through, I used to go through a lot more and it depends. If I want to sit here and if I have time, I'm going to play with it because I like this process. And just doing like sometimes I'll just do a real quick rough of the head, trace off the head or whatever, and all I do with that is I just take it and I go, what if the head's a little higher? What if I tilt it this way? And sometimes you'll just tilt the head and it just adds all this attitude to it. And then I'm like, okay, I got to put that in there. But at some point I'm putting a final piece over it, and then when I put okay, so like as I'm building these up, and let's say I'm going to go to my final. I'm always going back into the drawing this way and sort of rebuilding it really super loose and everything. And it pretty much works pretty good. Now, if you did it, you can also light table this, okay? So you would tape your drawing to the back of your paper. Now it's not reversed. You just tape it to the back of your paper, your watercolor paper, put it on a light table, and you don't want to trace, okay? Because then everybody goes, oh, I'm just copying all the lines, and now you got this dead drawing with like no personality to it. That's why, you know, when I light table these sometimes too. It just depends. If I light table it, it's already obscured a little bit because I'm looking through fairly thick paper. And then the same thing, I get this nice sharp pencil. Now busted thanks to Camille. And I go back in and I start just that same process of real loose, leaving a lot of those little construction lines and indications of fur, and same thing. And then you know, and then it's transferred on the watercolor paper. Usually I'm looking for the big beats in there, like getting and all those like interior marks I make, some of them are going to sort of disappear under the washes, but they just help. You'll see, they just help in the process. They might even help me go, oh, I'm going to go a little darker. I'm going to go have that little serrated line go dark up here and then break here, so it'll feel like fur over more fur, right? Like I'll do things like that, and it'll all get suggested to me in the drawing, okay? Because I want my drawing to be loose and kind of painterly and a little bit of value here and there. Like I don't go do a full value thing, but I'll put a little value in it. Again, because when I throw a wash over that, it immediately starts to look like something, which pulls me forward into it. It's like it just pulls me into the painting quicker, if that makes any sense, okay? Because like I said, usually you're looking at something, at least in my process, you know, when you're first blocking in a painting, it doesn't really look like much, okay? This technique, it'll look like something pretty quick. What else? So if you're going to light table it, which is fine, make sure that you're going back at it nice and loose and building that drawing all nice and loose again. And then when I transfer this, and I like all this, by the way, because again, I've set up my process to be a bunch of stuff I like doing. So I love playing with the drawing. Like I just love playing with the drawing. It's fun. But when I transfer it with that rub down technique, then I'll go back in, get a real sharp pencil and just hit certain things and pull them out, okay? Because then when I stretch my paper, all this is going to sink again. It's going to sink into the paper a little bit, sometimes more than others, okay? And it sucks my drawing back in. And then once the paper's stretched and it's dry, I might go back in again and still hit a couple little things, and then I start my color, okay? Now it sounds like some big long process. It's actually not. It's little tweaky stuff. What I'm really doing is setting it up so like I just keep tweaking it, you know what I mean? And then I transfer it and I tweak it a little bit. And then I start painting on it and I might go, I want to hit that little line again, and I tweak it a little bit. Then we get towards the end, I go, I need to separate that and that and that. So I'm gonna go get a crow quill and come in and separate this and this and this. And I'm using various ways to make it start to punch and read. And you know, look like a professional thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so as we move forward and you teach us how to do these color comps and everything, we'll be doing our drawing over here, and then we'll figure out our colors, and then at some point that's when we marry our final decisions.
Yeah, what I would do,
that one finished piece.
Ideally, the best thing to do is like get your finished drawing done. And then I could probably do this in a few minutes. If you guys give me a few minutes. You want to give me a few minutes? Yeah? Okay, give me like 5 or 10 minutes. I'll disappear. I'm just going to print, because all I need to do is print something out and I can show you. Okay? Yeah? Okay, so give me a minute.
Well, now that it's just us, does anybody have any like confessions? While the professor's gone. Oh man.
I guess that means it's you.
I guess I could go first. I don't know. You know, but so I'm trying to understand. So that art gallery you brought up. So I'm assuming that's like it's like I'm assuming it's like paintings, right? It's like traditional.
It's no. If you go see today before it closes, it is very contemporary. All current work, young artists. Them, as I mentioned, had gone to FC, Cal State Fullerton, but it's made in California, so any California artist could submit. If you go today before this one closes, now the next one will be very traditional watercolor. It's Watercolor West, so in a few weeks they'll be putting that up. But they did have a whole exhibition before COVID on illustrations, which would have been great for this class. The director's doing a really good job there.
Huh, that's cool. Yeah, because like because the first time you had someone that that Mike had brought it up when you said made in California, the first thing that came to my head was the Beach Boys compilation album, and I was like, it's probably not that. I don't know why they bring up Beach Boys in the middle of an art class.
No.
Yeah.
No, well, if you look on my Instagram, I took some photos of my tour around it yesterday, so you'll see. It's anything but traditional.
Yeah, that's cool. I remember, I think a few years ago, I think at Pageant of the Masters, they did the theme of I think it was called Everything Under the Sun is what the theme was. And so it was everything of like California, beach, whatever, beach type culture
I
you could
saw
think
that.
of.
That was good.
Yeah.
Be in Pageant of the Masters.
Oh, would you say? I didn't hear that.
Oh, I used to be part of Pageant of the Masters for like.
What? No way.
What was that like?
It was really fun. So I was one of the people that were like in the paintings.
No way.
So I did that for 5 years. So one of you
How
might
the
have
hell did you
seen
land
me.
that job?
Huh?
I said, how the hell did you land that job?
I mean, it's not a job. It's like you
Volunteer?
volunteer, yeah.
Oh.
It's more like for the fun of it. Yeah.
I don't know. I always imagined that like that would be like super like competitive to get into because I feel like everybody would want to do that like at some point if you have the connections and stuff.
So there's auditions. So it's like they measure how tall you are and like your perfect fit and stuff.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah,
So they try to
that's how
see
they
if there's
decide.
like any if there's like anybody that like that you're close to, or anybody that you look or of a similar build to, that sort of thing. Kind of
Yeah.
Like, okay.
And they have different casts. So there's the green cast and the blue cast, and I was part of the green cast. But
Is that a good thing?
so they alternate every night. So it's like people that have like similar features and build. So you can't tell the difference each night.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
What a great experience.
Yeah, I did it from when I was like 5 to like.
What? So I take it your parents got you in then, or something like that?
My older sisters did it, so then I was like, I'm gonna do it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I stopped at like 15 or something. But like I didn't do it every year. But yeah.
Yeah, I imagine it get exhausting doing it like every freaking year. I mean, like even for me, I only go to see it like the last time I did was like a few years ago, and then before that, I think it was like nearly 10 years ago. Before then, it was like the first time I went. Because like I don't know, because it's like I feel like once you've seen it once, you kind of like get the idea, and it's like okay, well maybe in like a few more years I'll come back. But it's not like something you want to like see every single month or year or something like that. Because I don't know, because it's kind of always the same gimmick, It's like after a while, it's like okay, I kind of get it, but it's still cool though. Super totally trick you like that.
I know, like
and like
Marilyn
go ahead.
Monroe was in one of those seats at one point, like way back.
What? That's crazy. And you know something too is that like whenever you first hear about it or whatever, or like you always get the sense of like, nah, surely you can spot him out, right? And then you go there and it's like, oh, you see like the first one and it's like, oh wow, that's like really convincing. And then like you think you've got, it's like, all right, it's this person and this person, and then they start moving. It's like, oh, that's not at all who I thought it was, Like it's really convincing. I gotta be like, it's kind of impressive how they managed to pull that off. And haven't they been doing this since like the 1940s or something crazy like that?
Yeah.
Like really old.
They've been doing it for forever.
Yeah.
And they make the sets to be like an illusion, so it's like they have to measure each person like on all of the wood and stuff before they start cutting it out.
That's interesting.
Well, what is this for again? Sorry, my audio cut out.
Pageant of the Masters.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
In Laguna Beach. Yeah, it's really fun. So if you ever want to do that 1 year, it's I had to stop doing it because school started happening in August instead of September. So, and that thing goes until like the end of August.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's some awkward overlapping, so yeah, I get that. So sadly, sometimes your schedule just kind of screws you over.
Yeah. So,
I know that's like, oh man, because I know that's always how it is. Like, I mean, just like with signing up with classes too, there's like so many times like that where like there's like a class that you want or something like that, but it doesn't line up with like your other classes, and it's like you have to choose and so on.
Yeah.
And I hate that sort of thing. I used to go to Cal Poly Pomona, and like, God, it's everything. It's like trying to get into a class at Pomona, I mean, it is honestly like, I mean, you pretty much have to fight for like every single class you get into. There's there's always too many students and not enough classes to go around. And so having to like simultaneously try to fight to get into whatever class you can and somehow try to get everything to line up, it was always a struggle, like every year. And they used to do trimesters, not like or sorry, yeah, they used to do trimesters instead of like, you know, 2 semesters. And so you had to do this 3 times a year to just like fight to get into like every single class you could.
That reminds me, I went to Cal Poly Pomona 100 years ago, and it was tough then. And I actually had my mom go petition a class at the same time. I would petition one to see if I could get in one or the other. I can't believe I did that, but it helped. But it was bad then, and that was the late 80s.
Yeah, I mean, it's only people who are seniors or have what's it called? Like you have like special registration for special privilege. You have priority. I think that's what it's called. If you have priority, or if you're a senior, it's the only way you get like absolutely everything that you want, or else otherwise it's like,
yeah, that's rough.
It's so
that's
difficult.
Tough.
All right, you guys ready?
Especially since at Pomona, it seems like, oh yeah.
Okay, so I ran these off. Okay, now sometimes I'll get 3 or 4. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Sometimes I'll get 3 or 4 of these on a page. I made them a little bigger. Actually, this isn't a bad size. And I printed 3 of them, right? That's probably enough. This is just cheap copy paper or whatever it's called, printer paper. Now, this doesn't matter, but I keep a little spritz bottle. I have a bigger one in my studio. This is my watercolor. I just spritz it to get it going. So now those are ready to go. One thing I forgot was this. Hang on, I got one more thing. Gotta have a bowl of water. And there. Paper towels. I usually, okay, so here's the thing with this. It's not going to react like watercolor paper, okay? Now, if you wanted to, you could print this on like a piece of Bristol. It'd be a little better. Some things will even take like a light value or like a 90-pound watercolor paper. I just use this because all I'm doing is working it out. It's not that important. But what's going to happen here, this paper more than likely, I've got it on a piece of, this is a piece of Bristol. More than likely it's going to suck the watercolor into the paper really fast, so I can't really work it that much. I don't really care at this point, okay? So I'm going to mix up the quick desaturated blue. And I like to have scrap, or I can check it over here. That's not too bad. And then I can just start to go, okay. How's this going to look with my blue in there? This paper actually isn't that bad. I mean, it's not great, but it's not terrible. Then I can go, okay, and this one in particular, I'm going to take the same atmosphere and hit my my buildings too, because they're all looking through the same atmosphere. It might be fine, right? Saving that little moon. And so I can unify all that in the background with that if I want. That's just one way I would try this. And I do these super fast. I don't get that into them. I might go, I'm going to light it up a little down here towards the horizon maybe. Or a little lighter, but I can let all this stuff dry. And then I can just go darker up here. Maybe I can introduce a little bit. Let's try this. I'm going to introduce a little warmth in here. So there's a little, probably can't see it, but there's a little bit of purple in that. And I can darken it up here and start building it down. Maybe I could leave some areas out so I can kind of indicate some clouds even at night. You know, and then I'm going to go, okay, there's watercolor washes. Maybe I'm going to go, I'm going to take some blue, some orange and some cobalt and try and mix a cool brownish color. Yeah, that's not too bad. That's probably a little too light. Hang on. Here we go. So basically what I'm mixing right now is complements. I'm going to see if I can get a brown in here. That's all right, but I'm going to warm it up a little bit. And I don't really care what I try at this point. I mean, I'm trying to figure it out. And by the way, your final Camille won't be quite this dark online. So I got a little warmth in there. That's a little better. I don't know if you can tell from that, but I got a little bit of warmth in there. You know, and then at some point I can start to go, and I would just build it up. Does that make sense? Okay, and I'm throwing them down. It's just like the sketches you're doing, thumbnails. Like I'm just going, okay, this part here, you know, this building, oops. That's why I keep this in my hand, okay? So anything I don't like, I can just pull it back. And I go, okay, so that's going to be there maybe. And that's how the house will end. But now I'm going to take some of this cool and see if I can put a little shadow value right there to, because there'd be an overhang, right? And I go, I might soften that edge a little bit. I'm going to try a little more in here. Depends on where the light's coming from. Yeah, that's a little better. Maybe a little in here. And then I kind of go, I like a little of this purple hitting some of these a little bit. I like to cool off things and warm up things just to vary them a little bit. You know, and I'd have to get the kid to really pop, okay? Which I haven't done yet. But at some point I'm going to build this up and then I might start to go, let's see if I have it here.
Mike?
Yeah?
Can I ask a question about the warm and cool real quick?
Yeah.
How are you determining where you're going to put warm and where you're going to put cool?
Okay, hang on, I'll talk about it. Okay, I'll go back to this in a second. Hang on. So let's go. Okay, so this is tricky, right? If I have a, let me show you an example of it. And I always, I go back to Seb a lot because he does sort of a similar technique. Let's see if I can find this. Okay, do you see you can see that, right? So here's your light source right here. Can you see that? So this is throwing, obviously right out here, this warmth, right? And then up here, if you notice, it goes orange and then it goes into this blue. But look, there's a lot of green being hit and blue over here. Do you see all that? Now, some of that is, most of that, you can look at anything and you start, and this is what I always do, okay? I catalog all this in my head, okay? And I know how things work because I just, that's what I do, okay? But if I'm drawing something or I'm going to paint something like this and I'm going to look at a porch and go, what does a porch light do? And then you go, oh, it goes really green over there. And then I might go, why is it going so green? Well, it might be going green because this siding is yellow. It's got some yellow ochre in it. And it's just picking up, you know, some bluish cast light or bounce light or something into it. But what's going to happen there, and this is really what I'm looking for you guys to start understanding. See how there's a lot of variation of shape and color in there? That's really what makes it, raises it to this next level, okay? And then if you notice, he turns the wall here and it becomes much more easy to understand. That's just pure moonlight hitting the other side, right? What's he doing though? Blue and all that warmth in the kitchen, right? And even the warmth in the kitchen, if you look in the shadow or in the steam, there's some blue in there. There's some blue in the pot. You know what I mean? So there's this warm, and you'll start to see like there's a certain weird logic to it. Like when I was doing that bear demonstration of the one I gave you guys, there's a lot of brown in there, obviously, because there's a bear. It's an, it's an outdoor environment, blah blah blah. So I got to get some other colors in there. So one of the things I did, if you watch it long enough, is I lit up. I knew the bear was going to be brown, and I want to shift those colors a little bit so it's not all just brown, right? So one thing I did is I lit up the ground, like maybe the sun's hitting the ground, and then the sun's hitting the grass also on the ground, and I painted that kind of an acidic green, like it was getting hit with sunlight, right? Then I took gouache and my green, and whatever green I mixed, and I put some gouache in to opaque it, and then I went up into his fur and I hit his fur with that green, like the ground's bouncing up into the bottom of his legs, right? And then I did the same thing with the warmer color, where I took a little bit of I don't know how I mixed it. I mixed it orange, and then did the same thing. I sort of bounced that into his fur. So those two things are bouncing up into his fur, bringing some orange into it and some green into it. So the green's really breaking up the idea of brown, right? And then I mixed, for whatever reason during that thing, I say it in there, I think, I mixed a purple or something. Well, I know that purple will sit and cool off a brown, especially when we're talking about watercolors. Watercolor is what? It's transparent. So when I lay a color over it, it's stained glass, right? So when, with watercolor, you can put down like an acidic, or you can put down blue, right, and let it dry, and then put down a yellow over it, and now you've created 2 layers of color that the eye will optically mix, right, into blue or green, right? Because you're laying one thing. It's just like stained glass, right? Which is what's cool about it, because the light comes down, goes through all that color, hits the white of the paper, and bounces back out, and it's super luminous. That's why it's so luminous, okay? But I know that purple, I can, and I'll just do it. I keep, just like I was doing right now, I keep a little rolled up piece in my left hand, okay? And then I go, I think that purple is probably gonna work pretty good in cooling down that brown. Then I hit it and I go, yep, works perfect. And if I don't like it, I just pull it right back out, okay? And I could probably get away with a blue in there, because and there's a logic to it, like, there's some yellow, there's a lot of yellow in that bear fur, let's say, right? Well, if I put a purple over it, what am I doing? I'm basically hitting it with its complement, more or less, right? It's going to cool it down and neutralize it a little bit, but it's still going to retain some of that purple. So now I'm getting another sort of secondary accent color in there, and it's starting to build interest, okay? And then later on, the nose in that thing is ink, right? It's just black ink. And just later on in that, then I go, okay, well, I can take this idea. There's a lot of light in this environment. That bear is brownish with a lot of orange overtones, because that's how I mix the brown. Plus I'm bouncing stuff off the ground. So then I took an orange Prismacolor and I just kissed the bottom of his nose with the Prismacolor. So now it looks like he's catching some warmth. That nose is wet, by the way. So the nose being wet means it's going to reflect more, right? So all that stuff is going through my head as I'm painting things, okay? All that, I'm setting up this, and when you're doing these, you need to be doing exactly what I just said. Like, I lit up that ground for a reason. I put those colors in that ground for a reason, because I knew I was going to want to bounce that light all over the place. And now I've structured the environment around him where I can go, oh, nose is wet, ground's warm, sun's out. I can put some orange in there, and it'll start to, it just starts to give it that layer of professionalism, like, where it takes it out of that amateurish area where everything's flat. And it takes a while, because I used to look at this stuff, like just like this kind of illustration, and I'd go, where the hell are they getting all these colors? You know what I mean? Like, I don't get this at all. And I had a teacher who did that, and And I always use this story. We went out on campus. It's at Fullerton. Went on campus. We're painting that, not the science building, the one on the other side. And I'm sitting there looking at the wall going, God, it's kind of yellow ochre, but not really. It's a little, spent all this time, right, trying to figure the stupid wall color out. Then I finally think I mixed the right color. I put it down. Looks totally dead, totally uninteresting. Come back into the classroom. My teacher had been teaching too. He has purple, blue, green, like every color you can think of in that wall, but it looks way more like that wall than I did. Okay? And that started my thinking is that, how does that work? Like, how do you use all that color in there? Like, how do you find that and it looks right? Okay? Part of the answer is you got to know a little bit about color theory, but not really in a way. Okay? You need to know your basic like complements and things like that. What you got to do, and then I met a guy in at Art Center, and we were in a painting class together, and this guy was just great with color. Like his brushwork and his color was beautiful. And we were both painting the same model one night. We were sitting in the thing painting this model, and the bottle had a gray seamless behind him. You know what a seamless is, right? You know, gray backdrop. Just a gray, you know, big piece of paper or whatever it was. And so I'm sitting there trying to figure out the gray. Looks totally dead. Then I go over and look at his. It's got purple, it's got blue, it's got all these colors in it, but it looks so much more like what it looks like. And it's pushed a little bit. And it just gives it that next layer of like, I mean, that to me, when I looked at it, I go, dude, that looks so fucking pro. You know what I mean? Like that you're seeing that. And then he was a really cool guy and we talked all the time. And I go, how do you do that? Like, I want to know how you do that. And he goes, you just got to look. And I was like, okay, dude, you don't want to tell me. That's cool. But I knew he wasn't that kind of guy. And I go, oh, so that's it? And he goes, yeah. He goes, you got to look super deep into it. And then I went back in there and I didn't even paint for a while. I just sat there and I looked at it and I go, oh, I see a little bit of red. I see a little bit of, oh, okay, now I'm seeing it. And then you reverse engineer out of that and you go, why am I seeing red? Right? Oh, over there's a red glass or something. And it's kind of influencing this a little bit, or something's bouncing into it. Or that light up here's got a little bit of yellow in it, and that backdrop is a warmish gray, or vice versa. And that light up there is pushing it a little bit purpley over here, then it shifts. Like, you'll see it. You go look at a flat wall that you think doesn't have a lot of color and really look at it for 10 or 15 minutes. You'll start seeing color. You'll mostly start seeing temperature. That's what you're looking for. When you're looking at something that feels very neutralized, you're looking for temperature. That's the first thing to look for. Like, if you look at a wall and you go, that wall is whatever, yellow ochre, white, whatever. It'll be almost any room. It's a big expansive wall. Look at it and you'll see it shifts. Like, you'll go, wow, it's really bluish over here, but then it's shifting to like a warmish, barely yellow ochre, or whatever it is, right? You got to start seeing that. And then start going, why is it doing that? And a lot of times the answer is, like, in this case, it could be that this light is bouncing down even at night. It's a heavy light. And maybe there's a lot of grass down here and it's bouncing some light back up into the wall. I mean, there's a bunch of reasons why it can happen. You just got to, this breaking up of the shapes with a lot of other shapes and temperature shifts and things is really what you're after. Does that make sense? And you got to really look for it. You know, and then, like, if you're going to paint a tree, go look at a tree. And here's the other thing. When you look at a tree, go, okay, the tree's brown. Okay. Well, okay, so now you're going to go grab your burnt sienna and try and use that. It's not going to work. Okay. Like with that bear thing, I tried a couple of different browns and I go, I think I went with a warmer brown. So I just went a little bit of red and green, neutralized it. Let the red live a little harder, probably threw a pinch of orange in there. Boom, I got a nice warm brown, right? But don't mix them, right? So then when you're looking at a bear, a tree, if I ask the average person about a tree and I go, what color is that tree? They're going to go brown. So my next question is to you guys, as your art students, is what temperature is that brown? Okay? They all have a temperature, okay? And then up here, and I always say this, up here, all the trees up here during the day, for the most part, are purple. They're a brown. It leans towards purple. Now, if I ask the average person, they'll say brown. There's a purple cast to it. And there's a tree right out here off the deck that goes screaming purple at certain times of the day. And by the way, it usually goes screaming purple because over that way, off the deck, we get this crazy sunset every night. And when all those worms pop up, it pushes all the blues and everything and the purples out of it. Because why? Because there's like all this warmth pushing all this blue out. They push each other. Does that make sense? Why are you laughing, Camille? What is it? Tell me what it is.
You're just funny. Started saying it pushes all. You're funny. It's fine.
All right, but is it making sense? Okay, so what happens is these colors, like if you put like okay, I don't know if any of you guys know old punk rock records, but there was an old punk rock record, I think it was the Adolescents, okay? They did like a cyan blue background on this 12-inch, this back when they made records, right? And then they put like a magenta, their name, the Adolescents, in magenta on this thing. So it was like an orange blue thing, right? That thing, when you looked at it, goes, it bounces, it like vibrates. And they did that on purpose, right? So the same thing is happening out there when all of a sudden the environment is flooded with like orange sunset. All those things that have hints of cool and things, boom, they just pop out like completely differently than any other time of the day. And all those things are your tools for color in your toolbox. Does that make sense? Yeah? And you got to start looking at it, but you need to shift those colors around, okay? And by the way, do a lot of that in these practice things in your, just try it. Like if you put something down, go, what happens if I hit that little here and there with like a purple? And sometimes you can even do it with watercolor. A lot of times I'll use a more pure, I never hardly ever use a color out of a tube if I'm painting opaquely or anything. But in watercolor, sometimes I will, because if there's like in this case, that roof that we just did on Camille's, if that's sort of yellow ochre-y, I can go right over that with kind of, as long as it's thinned down, with kind of a screaming purple. And once it dries, that yellow ochre underneath is its complement. It's going to knock it down by itself. So I don't have to knock it down that much because it's got its complement underneath it and it's going to knock it down, which is nice because it keeps a little bit of the strength of the purple, but knocks it down enough. So I don't have just like, you don't want to have screaming out of the tube colors when you're doing this stuff, you guys. Does that make sense? You want to have, nice subtle mixed colors and all that kind of thing. Is all this making sense? It takes practice. Okay, so, it takes practice. I would print out a bunch of these comps like I just did and just have at it. Like make a mess, you know what I mean? Just try everything. Who cares, right? It doesn't matter. Who cares? I want to go over one more thing here. Okay, all that makes sense. Anybody have any questions?
I have a question.
The assignment.
Yeah. What's that?
No, go ahead.
Are we doing color comps this week?
Okay, so here's what I want to do on this. I know I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but the only reason I am is because like Camille, I know there might have been one or two other ones. I can't remember. I feel like she could start going to color comp because even though I would probably just finish the drawing out. It's not going to take you very long. And then, then you can just shrink them down, scan them, shrink them down. And that's what I did with this. Okay. And you can be doing that while you're doing the other things. Okay. Make sure you don't kill that drawing on the final pass, right? Okay, but there's no questions about this color stuff. I know I just dumped a lot of stuff on you, but does that make sense? Okay,
well,
and
we're
part of the
not
thing,
going to do any.
Go ahead.
We're not going to be doing the final pass for next week. Okay,
no, what I want to see is I want to see you as close to it as possible by next week.
Okay, but you don't
go ahead.
You don't want us to transfer the drawing to.
Not until let me see it first.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
I want to go through one more round with you guys, and I know I'm sticking on this part. I have to. After this, we'll get a little quicker. And after this, by the way, I might even just go find a drawing from somebody else. I don't care because I'm just going to want to get to the painting. The reason I'm doing so much work on this is you have to learn this process. And the process is idea, research, thumbnail, exploration, start of the refinement, then finish, okay? And you don't want to ever, I think anyway, everybody's head's different, but I think it's dangerous to always be thinking about the finish. I just want to get finished. I want to get finished. I want to get finished. Because what's going to happen this is what's going to happen if you don't do the final drawing correctly. As soon as you start painting it, you'll go, oh my God, this thing's not done. Like this drawing's not done. Because all the paint will do is reveal how unfinished it is. Does that make sense?
So idea, research, thumbnail.
Refinement, basically.
Just refine. Okay.
Yeah, and look, once you get past the thumbnail, like you go, this is my thing, then it's just a refinement process. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Then it's just refinement. Everything's refinement. You're just moving to it. Once you get past the thumbnail, you go, this is it. You get up to about that big, you start working everything out, and then you go, okay, I'm going up to here now, I'm starting to head towards final. It's all heading towards final. Once you know what you're gonna do, you're heading towards final. Once all the elements are worked out and you go, okay, I got all the styling down and everything. Okay, now I'm gonna start taking a final pass on it. And then when I'm taking the final pass, I just go down a million rabbit holes because that's just the way my brain is. And then I go, I want to add this, I want to add that. Ooh, it'd be really cool if I put this in here. Oh, if I put that back there, I can light all this stuff up and I can do, and I just do that. And then I want to work all that out though on paper because I don't want to work it all out in the painting. I add stuff in the painting because I add stuff all through the process. But the stuff I add in the painting, I don't want it to get too big because then it's going to be, I might totally screw up the painting doing that. Okay. A lot of things I'm confident doing, some things not. And then a lot of times I'll go, I think I want to light up that horizon down there a little bit. But before I go in there with paint and start messing around with it, again, I'll scan it or I'll just take a cell phone picture of it, straighten it out in Photoshop, saturate it a tiny bit because I probably need to do that to get it back. And then I'll just try that in Photoshop and go, oh, that does look cool. Then I'm confident going back into paint and doing it. Okay. Like I do that kind of stuff all the time. Or I might go back there and go, if I put a couple of lights back here, what does that look like? Oh, that's cool. And then I go, it's more color comping, only now, because all it is just simple things, I might do it digitally and then print that out or just look at it and go, oh, okay, that works. That's usually all I'm doing is showing myself proof of concept that this works. Then I'm confident going in with the paint because I know how to do it. I don't want to do it with the paint and go, shit, that doesn't work. And now I'm kind of screwed because it's paint, it's on there. You know what I mean? And by the way, everybody goes like, oh, because I don't think watercolor is totally unforgiving. Keep a brag in this hand, paper towel in this hand. We don't like something while it's wet, pick it up. And that's where it's not unforgiving. I just talked to some teacher a while back at Fullerton, and we were talking about, because Phil doesn't paint or anything, so Phil goes, wow, that watercolor is amazing. It was an amazing watercolor, by the way. It was by a student. It was amazing. And he goes, God, it's so hard to do that because it's so unforgiving. And somebody goes, no, it's not that unforgiving. You can always go in and scrub it back out. And I turn to him and I go, you've never watercolor painted before because that's total BS. You know what I mean? It's like that whole thing is scrubbing crap out of watercolor. It's like, yeah, some people do it. Good luck. It abrades the surface. And then the surface, once that surface of watercolor paper is damaged, you're always going to have this weird stain in there. The watercolor doesn't take to that surface of that paper, so you guys know, is sized, which means it's got a coating on it, which I think now is gelatin. It used to be, I don't know, rabbit skin glue or whatever it was. And what that coating does is it controls the absorbency of the surface of that paper. Okay, so that's why watercolor washes lay all beautifully on watercolor paper, because it's designed to take enough in and leave enough on the surface. Does that make sense? Once you damage that, now it's almost like a sponge. If you damage that surface, that paper, because it's pretty thick paper and it's 100% rag usually, it's just like sucking into like fabric. Now it doesn't get that beautiful wash anymore. It's just a big, ugly thing. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So when you're erasing off of watercolor paper, sometimes you have to do it, get a kneaded eraser, which won't hurt the surface very much. A lot of times I just press it down and lift it out, and it'll lift enough out. Or I just barely, hit it and take it out, right? But use a kneaded eraser. Don't use like whatever you do. Don't even have a pink pearl eraser. Those are terrible. I would just use a kneaded eraser. Does that make sense? Okay, one more thing.
All right, so dimensions for the final drawing. I'm sorry I have to ask this question again because I'm confused about, we have this 11 by 17 layout, but is this just one illustration for that whole 11 by 17? So maybe this is going to be maybe just one corner of that 11 by 17.
Okay, so you got to think of it like this. This is a cool book, by the way. By Sterling Hunley. This is a 2-page spread.
Okay.
So it's 2 pages, 1 image.
Okay. All
What
right.
you're always designing around is this gutter.
Okay. So it's
Yeah,
to
I'm not
fill
gonna
the
go
whole
crazy.
2 pages.
Yeah, it's 2 pages. So it's about this. This is almost 11 by 17.
Okay. Okay. Now I
And
finally get it.
it's going across 2 pages.
Okay.
The reason I make it a 2-page spread is just to make you aware, like you'd have to design around that gutter. Like you don't want to put your main thing in that gutter. It's going to, you know, dives into that gutter. But that's what we're doing. Okay, so you're going to have an 11. I'm going to make this clear. I put it on there, but I want to make it clear. The final, and next week is not the final, is, so you're going to get a piece of watercolor paper that's bigger than 11 by 17. You're going to get, I think this is 1 inch. 1 inch, so I want a 1-inch border. I like drafting tape, okay? And then before I tape it down, I usually put it on my clothes and stuff and take some of the tack off. So it's really, you know, and then I put a nice clean border around it, right? And I'm going to show you how to do this. I think I already have it online. Then you're going to paint, okay? Then when it's done, and this is the most satisfying thing in the world, by the way, you are going to put a straight edge right against the edge of your outer edge of your tape and cut it with an X-Acto, go around the whole thing, then peel the tape off. You've got a perfect 1-inch border around that work, okay? And that's how it works, okay? So you have to have more than, because I did this last term. I said this 3,000 times. I probably got 3 or 4 people that painted right to the edge of a sheet of 11 by 17. Get like a full sheet of watercolor paper, 104, and I'll put this on there too, 140-pound cold press. I'll put this up today, or I'll go back to the original sign or whatever I did. Okay, here's the other thing. I'm going to put if I haven't already, I'm going to put the final out there. If I haven't already, it's an arbitrary date because I have to let the room breathe, or I have to let the class breathe. I might put a date and then I feel like you guys need a few more days, or sometimes you're ahead of it and I go, you know what, I'm going to put the cutoff for that for whatever, Tuesday, because you guys you're finished pretty much. Okay. So it can go either way. It can go out a little bit so you have a little more room, or it can go the other way. I don't believe in this type of class, this is a lot of stuff to go over and learn. Okay. You have to have some breathing room in here. Okay. It's this illustration. I feel like there's a few of them.
Are we going to be doing more than just this one illustration though?
For
or is this it? I mean, is this is not it for the semester, right?
No.
This one that we're working on now. Okay. Okay.
We're going to do this. We're going to do acrylic. We're going to do
Okay.
gouache, and we're going to do mixed media.
Okay.
This will be the
Okay.
longest front-end learning curve on this that I have.
Okay.
After this, I'm going to, okay, so like when we go to acrylic, we're going to do a cityscape, right? I will give you a drawing for that if you want to do that. Because I don't want to spend a bunch of time on the drawings and everything after this. Does that make sense?
Okay.
After this, I want the front end to be a lot shorter. But this one, since you guys are drawing it and all that stuff, I have to spend time on it. Otherwise, I'm just going to get a bunch of horrible drawings that get the paint thrown all over them, and it doesn't work. Okay?
Okay.
And last term when I taught this, everybody killed it. Everybody killed it. Almost everybody. So anyway, and you have to know the whole process, right? Now, if I tell you guys, give me a finished drawing by Wednesday, I'm not going to get it, okay? So all I want on Saturday or Friday, and I'm going to have another meeting, and if you guys need to talk to me individually, that's fine, is I want this thing pushed to as far to finish as you can. I want you to essentially try and get it close to finish, but I want to see it one more time. And then, and in the meantime, if you want to start doing some color comps or whatever, that's fine. But you got to have a decent drawing to do the color comps. Go ahead, Megan.
How big do you want it to be?
You're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. How big do you want it to be?
You just said that, 11 by 17.
Oh, I know, like the final drawing, but you also want the rough drawing that we're doing this week to be 11 by 17, correct?
Yeah, if you feel like you're going towards finished, then go to full size.
Okay, got it.
I wouldn't go to finished full size if you haven't worked it out yet, because then all you're going to do again is just spend way too much time on a drawing that's probably not working.
Okay.
You know, if you go up to about that, I don't know what that is, 6x9 maybe, and you start really working everything out there, then you can just like blow that thing up usually. Make sure it's ratioed right. You can just blow it up and start working over your final pass on that. That's what I usually do. I go up to somewhere around there and I start refining everything, and then I blow that up, and then that's what I put my trace over, and I start working towards final, right?
Okay.
And by the way, if you don't want to do the thing where you flip it and do it backwards, you can light table it. I mean, you can light table it, that's fine. I just don't prefer to do that.
Okay.
But you might like, and I have done it, and it works fine and everything. I mean, it works fine. I'm really weird about capturing whatever's in the original drawing. I'm just weird about that. Yeah? Okay, what other questions? Is it making sense now, Susie? You thought it was going to make you work on one project all term?
I don't know. I was a little lost.
Okay, anytime you're lost, you got to talk to me.
Yeah.
Okay, but basically we're doing thumbnails, then now we're in the refining mode.
Okay, thank you.
So we've been taxiing around the airport. Now we just lined up on the runway. And then sometime this week, you're going to step on the gas and go.
All right.
So
ready.
What I want to do after this coming Friday is I want to be into color. I want to start going to color. Okay. So I'll do one more pass on them on Friday, and then we're off and running. And then again, I want you to remember this process, and you'll change it and do whatever you do with it. But it's the process I've used pretty much my whole career. And it's not that unusual, period. I mean, my process isn't all unusual. The only thing, we're talking about traditional here. If I was, you know, working in house or whatever, 90% of what I'm going to do is going to be on the Cintiq and all that crap. But that's different. That's design work. This is not design work. It is, but it's illustration, really. It's illustration. So, and then after this, I'm going to cut this part of it out, a lot of this out. I still am going to want you to do color comps and all that. But again, like when we go to the acrylic, I'll give you the option of using a drawing that I have, because I just want to get to the painting at that point. After this point, it's really become 100% about paint mechanics. Okay, because then I get much less, like, again, like in the gouache thing, whatever, gouache especially, I just go, you want to go, if you already have a drawing, it's super cool, great, use it. But some people, I feel like their drawing thing isn't there yet, and I go, just go get this drawing and use that. And I had a lot of people do it last time, and it actually worked pretty good, okay? Because then it's just about like, okay, now we've gone through this process with this. I don't need to keep saying that over and over again. Now it's just like, okay, let's just, now we're talking about acrylic. We're just going to talk about the paint mechanics. Now we're talking about gouache. So I want to talk about the paint mechanics. And I want to cut off the front end. Okay? Again, like it changes in every class I have. We're doing something in illustration where we're doing a children's book, but it's different in a lot of ways. Okay? Now, one other thing I want to, is that it for questions? Okay, one thing I want to say is at some point with this thing, I should probably screen grab the room one more time. Hang on. Good enough. All right. Let's switch cameras. Okay, at some point I'm going to build this thing up. Right now it's way too gray, so that'd be my first thing I'm thinking about. It's way too gray. I'm going to come in here and probably go, I thought I just pulled this out. Hang on. I did pull, oh, there it is. I'm going to get a little of this, little gouache, right? You can see my dried up gouache right there, because that's where I always put it. And I'm just going to put a little dab of this out, because I want it to be fresh like that. Once it dries up, it doesn't do the same thing anymore. And then I might come in here with my mix. Oops. And I might start coming back here and start playing around with how much light I'm going to put back there. Let's try something here. You know, and I go, well, that should be warm, probably. So I'll put a little bit of warm light back there. Maybe some, I don't know. I'll dance it around. Maybe I'll put some, can you guys see that? So it's starting to get a little bit of warm light popping through the windows back there. And I'm mixing this with my watercolor, okay? That's my watercolor, that's my gouache. You know, if I want to light up the sky a little more, this is pretty weak, thin mix. Let's go really light.
Mike, maybe it's just me, but it looks like you're still sharing your desktop, so I can't see what you're doing.
Can you guys see my can you guys see my drawing?
It's very small.
It's small because you're still sharing your screen.
Am I?
Yeah.
Hang on. I didn't know I was sharing my screen. How about that?
Oh. Ah.
Better? Okay. So I put little hints of warmth back here. I might come back in here with something lighter and start carving out some of these shapes a little bit. Start to see if I can get a little warm towards the horizon, maybe. Start playing around. So I'm just playing. I might go that, you know, I might need a reason to light this kid up a little more. If you notice, I just covered the whole thing. I don't care. I can still see it under there. And I don't really care. All I want to know is how I'm going to light the big masses. I also might, with this kid, try and come in here and figure out some brighter color I can put in here. Like if he was wearing like maybe a red shirt. So I got to light these up. So the dog for sure, it's going to be nice because that'll give me a little bit of a light value in there. But I got to decide like, and it's probably going to be a bluish light value, my guess. Let's see how light I can get it. And ideally, I want to do as much of this I can with watercolor. I'm kind of jumping ahead a little bit. And then I go, okay, I got to get this dog and this kid to really pop. So maybe I won't go, I'll go, whatever needs to be behind here. He's got dark hair, so, you know, maybe this lighter value is fine. But I got to go in here and make sure that these two are really reading. Does that make sense? So I might try and think of a way. And maybe it's just a cool, I don't know. Hang on. This is why I do this. I figure all this out, okay? Just put a little more gouache down. I'm gonna try and get a really light value here. Probably not see that, but I'm trying a bluish rim light. To get a little light in there. It's starting to light them up a little bit. Can light this dog up a lot more. And again, I'm going to try and do as much as I can in watercolor because we're doing watercolor, okay? I'm saying you can add a little gouache to your watercolor at some point at the end, okay? So they'll start to pop out of there a little bit. Does that make sense? Can you see them starting to pop out of there a little bit? Okay. They're still not popped near enough. But they've got it, you know, and your guys are, it's dulling the color in the camera. I'll try and, I might try and saturate that a little more when I edit the video and see if I can get some color back into it. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, does that make sense that I just start going in there and playing with it, right? My first #1 goal is and then I go, okay, I might need to light that kid up in the dog up a little bit, like get them light, which I can go pretty light even in a nocturne scene like that. I can still go pretty light, but then I got to make a decision, like, is everything sort of getting a blue cast? And if it is, that's fine. But then I go, okay, is there some place in that image where I can say there's a warm light source somewhere? So now I have a reason to sort of rim light them with some warmth and maybe carry it over to a little part of their face or something like that. But then I got to go, where's the light coming from? I got to explain it a little bit. And I might be able to explain it by, I started putting some warmth in the windows in the back, right? That might explain it, because I might go, okay, well, all the windows back there and the stuff, coming out of the houses or whatever they are, is warm light. Well, they're sitting on a rooftop. They're also in the same environment. So there could be a warm light here off camera, and the kids just they're catching some rim light, or like the side of their face is getting lit, which is going to give me a nice, warm, cool turn. It's really going to pop if I do that, okay? And then I might hit the back of the kid, or the kid and the dog, with another edge light that's a much more intense bluish, coming from the sky, it's moon or whatever, just on the rim line on the other side. So then I'm getting a warm here and a cool here, and those two things will separate out the figures, by the way, also. What I don't want to do is make it look like a Canson drawing where I'm just popping lights and popping whites. I want everything to, it's a painting. It's got to have a full range of value, full range of color shifts and all that kind of stuff. Does that make sense? And again, I'm jumping ahead a little bit. If you feel like you're starting to get, like Camille's, I feel like she could start color comping. If you're starting to get to a point where you go, I'm pretty close, you could start color comping then. Okay, because really all you need is sort of the big idea here, and just to start figuring out the lighting. Like, how am I going to make this thing really pop? I got to get value out of it. Does that make sense? And again, Camille, like with yours, when you go to the final pass on it, whatever value you have in there like that, when it transfers, it's all going to go a lot lighter. You know what I mean? Which actually I think will work to your advantage, because then maybe you can go in and go, I'm going to trick the kid and the dog out, kind of hit a few things and let everything else fall off into value and not a whole lot of line work. That'll help to pull everybody's eye to that. That's one way of doing it. Then you're going to light it in a way. That kid, those two, by the way, could have a lantern sitting on the roof with them. If I need that for them to get lit up, they could have, I don't know, they could have all sorts of things. But if they have a lantern sitting on the roof, now I get the problem, like, well, now the roof's like this, how's a lantern going to sit there? Well, maybe they go up there every night. I got to figure it out. Like, how does that work? Because then I see people and they go, oh, they designed the lamp so it's like angled. I go, come on. You know what I mean? That's not a solution. That's not a solution. There might be something on the roof that the kids hang the lantern on, because they have that thing on top. On and on. But I might need a light source. Like at some point I might go, I want to really light them with a really warm light, just like we were talking about with the camping one, right? We were talking about the fire, what do you call it? Campfire and the lantern, right? Well, part of the reason I like that, I think it works for the story, but I know it's going to be a very dramatic light, right? It's going to be super dramatic lighting. Yeah. And then you have to find the transition between that light and then it goes into the cool. Okay. That's all the stuff you got to figure out in the color comp. Make sense?
So Mike,
yeah.
Mike, how much of our value should be in our drawing?
Well, okay.
Versus what we end up painting in.
The reason I didn't talk about value and I jumped to color on this, before I do this color one, I do the exact same thing with my print them out. And then I just go in with I usually go in with black watercolor and I work out the value. I do that first before I do this. Okay. So actually you should do that. Okay. The reason I'm not saying it with Camille, she's sort of working it out in value in the drawing. So, I mean, you could do it that way too. It's fine. But if you don't, then I would just do the same thing, print a couple of them out small, and then and you can even do it with a Prismacolor pencil or whatever. Keep them small and just go in there, or you could use a dark value gray marker. Well, I use black watercolor usually, and just go in and sort of work out the really big beats of the values. Okay? Then you go to color. So that's actually the process.
So my values will mostly be painted in.
Okay,
They're
so
not going to be
then
drawn in.
do a pass on these small ones
Right. I understand that.
with value
Yeah. Okay.
before you go to this color thing.
Okay. Okay.
Once in a while, I'll forget, which is really weird, and I'll jump to the color. Then I crap, I didn't do it. But I'm working it out in the color, so I kind of go, okay. I wouldn't advise you do that. It actually works better if you just do a quick value comp. And the value comps don't usually take very long. And what I'm trying to do there is mass things together. Like mass together. If I got a forest back there, maybe all of that gets massed together as a silhouette. You know, if I got, just like we were talking about with the circus scene too, that wasn't as much a value thing, but just where everything was separating. If I can kind of pull things together and mass them together, it gives them much more power and it locks the picture together. Now I've got a big chunk right here that's really solid. It just starts, those areas lock the whole painting together, okay? You don't want to have disparate elements all over the place that feel like they're floating. They got to all work together, okay?
Okay.
And one of your big weapons in that is massing values, okay? James Gurney calls it shape welding, which is a really good name for it. It's like you weld all these shapes together, man. It just makes that painting really strong, really structured. Does that make sense?
Okay. Thank you.
I actually thought we were going to get out of here a little early today. I guess I was wrong. Okay, so what I want you guys to understand now is I jumped ahead a little bit. It tends to happen in this kind of class because some people are going to kind of get here and there. Again, if you can get to some value comps and color comps, cool. But I really want to have that. I really want to have the drawing nailed down, okay? Because it's just nothing works without that. Doing the color comps, that doesn't take long, okay? That literally, block out 2 hours, you're probably going to figure out your color comps. Block out an hour, and you'll probably figure out your value comps if you understand value, right? And how we're locking these together. Those things don't take long. And especially because you're just printing them out and painting them over them. And again, it's not going to react like watercolor paper. It just sucks the paint in. Doesn't matter. I just got to get, and by the way, the reason we don't do these digitally, because I had somebody ask me that. Digital, when you take this kind of thing and you go into it digitally, especially, okay, when I'm working out my color with, apples to apples. So I'm working watercolor to watercolor, right? When I'm doing that, once I figure that whole thing out, I basically done a dry run on the painting. Okay, so now when I go to color and I go, okay, I did the sky that really bitchin' whatever color it is, and I go, oh, that was a little bit of burnt sienna, that was a little bit of this, that was a little bit of that, and then I add just a touch of this to it. I know exactly what that color was. And sometimes I even make notes to myself. If it's something really weird, and I go, God, that's a cool mix. I love that. I'll write down the mix, which is just the two colors, whatever I use. If you do it digitally, this is what I don't like about digital color in relation to fundamentals. You're just going on there and picking colors in digitally for the most part, okay? That's totally different. And then when you drag that down and you desaturate it, you're adding a bunch of black to it. It's a different color mindset, okay? So you're not working apples to apples. So now when you go, and the other thing is half those colors you get digitally, you're probably not going to get them, because if you go in with some pure hot magenta on a screen where you're painting with light, that is totally different than painting on a reflective surface with paint. Does that make sense? Now you can emulate those things, no problem, but it's like you got to know how you got there. Does that make sense? So when you go to paint this, because you did a value study and a color study, you basically done a dry run on the painting. And when you go to the painting goes much faster because you got a plan, you kind of know what you mixed, and you've got a plan. Now you're executing the plan. And then other things will happen with that and make it cooler. Does that make sense? Camille? Okay. Questions? Okay, so here's what I want to see next week, and I will put this up. I want to see this drawing pushed, because I want to start getting into color next week, okay? If you need to talk to me this week, and I'm suspecting probably, I would, if I was a student, I'd probably need to do that. And just go, hey, this is where I'm at, what do you think? And we do another quick overlay or something like that, and we can get it ahead of the meeting if you want. And this week coming up, I just had a lot of meetings this week, which screws up my week. So next week I'll try and do a midweek just open thing, okay? So if you run into any problems with this, and by the way, I know going through it, because I was going through it like some of this last night with illustration, it's like seems more complicated than this. This is not that complicated. Its underlying logic isn't that complicated. But like to me, when I took over doing this class, to me, it's like, if I want to teach an illustration class, I'm teaching an illustration class, not some chicken shit thing. I'm not doing that. Okay. I want to teach an actual illustration class that like levels you up. Okay. And makes you think about what you're doing and all that, and starts pushing fundamental. You're going to come out of this understanding paint handling much better. Okay. You're going to understand paint handling much better digitally once you come out of this. Okay. You're going to understand all that stuff because it goes right into digital. Does that make sense? I always say, if you know how to paint traditionally, painting digitally is nothing. I mean, it's so much easier. You know what I mean? It's got all these tricks you can do, and you're painting with light. You don't have to worry about disturbing the underpainting like you do with gouache. You don't have to do any of that stuff. You can paint any way you want, which is great. But it ain't real painting. Okay, I mean, it's real painting, but in a different way. Because it is real painting. It's just, it's a different medium. Okay, I don't like getting into that digital versus traditional. I don't like that stuff. It's just another medium. Okay, but it has completely different properties than traditional paint. Okay, that's the difference. Yeah. And also, we're going to be doing a lot of this thin over thick stuff. If you're going to go to an oil painting, that's how oil painting is done, fat over lean. Okay, and we'll start talking about that with acrylic, and then we'll start talking about that with gouache. Okay. By the way, if you guys have any, I think I do I'm going to do a cityscape with acrylic. So if you have one that you like, go find it, because you can use it. If it's finished, you can use it. Like if you did something really cool in Phil's environmental design class, like a really cool environmental design, you could totally use that for this, okay? It just, again, has to be finished, okay? And I think with gouache, we're going to do a character, I think is what I usually do. So if you have some really cool character designs and you're like, hey, I want to use this, and go clean them up, or maybe they're already cleaned up, just go find them. And it doesn't matter if they're digital, as long as they're just like line drawings or whatever. You can print out the digital one, and we'll just look at it, or we'll look at it and see, you know, and you might just be able to print it out as is, and then we'll go at it with gouache, okay? So if they are finished, you can use them, but they got to be finished. Yeah? Any other questions? No?
No, no question.
Okay, guys. So everybody's understanding, we're all good, right?
Yes. Thank
Okay,
you.
good. So right now we're worried about the drawing, okay? Getting that finished. Yeah?
Got it.
Okay, you guys. I'll probably post some stuff. I'll get this Zoom thing up as quick as I can. I will post the assignment, I think. I'll try and do it right now. That way we all know. And then I'll try and get this up no later than tomorrow. Okay?
All right. Thanks.
All right, you guys. Thank you very much. I know you're working.
All right.
Bye.
Thanks.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Next Friday.